swipes on Tinder every 60 seconds. 2 million people swiping right or left looking for dates every 60 seconds. Netflix, unbelievable. The back end of Netflix has got, for every second of viewing, almost 17,000 algorithm options that are tracking your viewing patterns, your patterns of behavior, the bit rate, the scene selection, the color palette. Netflix on the back end is unbelievable in terms of AI and machine learning. What's it like on the front end? It's simple, it's seamless, it's frictionless, it's one touch, it works all the time. So what has happened actually? Why do I call this the cognitive rewiring? Well, let's think about it. About 15 years ago, you would make sure that you're in front of your television at 7:59 p.m. so you could watch Zebediah Matabane and Agnes Matabane on Generations, or Isdingo, or Seven Delan, right? Today, you don't know what to watch. You are overwhelmed. You've got Netflix, Amazon, Disney, Apple, Roku, Google Plus, Showmax, DSTV, and some of you still watching Date My Family, so you're still watching SABC. And it's fine. That's the reality. We have too much choice. So when customers have a seamless, frictionless experience, 20 years ago, you'd wake up, you'd dress up to go to the Mike's Kitchen or Spur for dinner. Today, you are too lazy to get off your couch to go and pick up the Uber Eats at the front door. So what has happened? This rewiring is because technology companies have given us a much better experience. The problem for me and you is, if your retail business is full of friction, is tough to navigate, is overwhelming, difficult to buy for, the payment gateway never works, and you SMSing things to customers that make no sense to them, you are disconnected because your customers will be frustrated. The second thing is, how do you reduce the friction? The third one, and you spoke about the VUCA world, right? Is I often say that we must flip the VUCA, as Gert Leonard beautifully puts it. He says, when the world is volatile, you have to respond with velocity. What is velocity? You have to be faster, quicker, more responsive than any of your competitors. That's what Liverpool Football Club and Orlando Pirates do every weekend. They're faster, quicker, more responsive. That's why they win. And so that's what happens. He says, when things are uncertain, you've got to be unorthodox. You have to swim against the grain. You have to do things differently. Check a 60-minute swim against the grain. Amazon has swum against the grain. And so you have to find ways to create new forms of value to increase the willingness to pay. The third one, he says, when things are complex, you have to co-create. In effect, you have to say, who in my ecosystem can I work with, can I partner with, can I connect with? And finally, he says, when things are ambiguous, you have to be awesome. And awesome is the small stuff. Awesome's, what is your brand identity? What are your values? Do you live them? When somebody comes into your store, do they feel a sense of resonance that they'd rather walk into your store than actually buy something online? In the community I live at, there's a really good fruit store. I've never really been there, but on Sunday I went with my wife. And as I walked in, somebody came, greeted her, walked her around the store, told her about all the fruit, and I was like, huh? You're getting a bit too comfortable with my wife, man. And then I spoke to her, and she's like, yeah, this store I love coming to because I get the best fruits. When the latest mangoes are out, I get told, because why? They've connected. So she likes going there, and now I actually want to go there. And so let me close, colleagues, with the following. Is number one, South Africa is tough to live in. I know this. We all know this. I try and hide my little boy's eyes because it says the headlines like this, Eskom ate my homework, and you're like, ish. How do I make sure he doesn't see this? You get headlines that tell you a Ben 10 stole my wife, and you're like, hey, ignorance is bliss. But I don't know about a Ben 10, right? You get a headline that tells you that a man kills himself and runs away. And you say, how am I going to navigate this? Things are rough. We're hearing about massive unemployment. The headlines are rough in this country. And then you say, well, maybe there's another perspective. I'm going to close with some of this perspective. And I'm going to share 3 anecdotes in closing. The first one is, a few months ago, I got called by one of the large tech CEOs, very prominent in the US, probably one of the most influential companies in the world. And so when I got the call, I got very excited. I tried not to appear like a groupie because the CEO was calling me. I calmed myself down. I answered the phone. He says, I'm coming with my top 180 leaders from all over the world to South Africa, and I'd like you to be the keynote speaker. I said, yeah, sure. He gave me the date. On Saturday was Eid. The date he gave me was a Sunday. On Monday, I was flying with my family on holiday to Mauritius. So I said to him, it's a Sunday. He said, yeah, I know, because that's the opening day. I said, I'll do it, no problem. He said it's in Limpopo. He didn't pronounce it like that, but my brain said Polokwane. So yeah, we agreed on it. And my secretary and I finalized it. My team put the contract, they paid us the money. And then my secretary called me about 3 weeks later and said, Abdullah, do you know where this thing is? I said, yeah, it's in Polokwane. She said, no. It is 34 kilometers from Musina. It is 684 kilometers from your house. She said on Google Maps, it's 9 hours to get there. So 9 hours, 1 hour, 9 hours is 19 hours. Not possible to do. I can't miss eat because my family will kick me out. I can't tell my family we're not going to Mauritius or we're going one day late. My wife will kick me out. So I just had to make a plan. There was no plan. So I called him. I said, sir, I've got somebody better than me. He's a brilliant speaker. He'll do it for you. He said, no, I booked you. I said, can I do it virtually? He said, no, booked you. I said, I'll do it for free virtually. He said, no. Eventually, I realized I have to do it. So then I realized there's a flight for leave 9:25 a.m. It's the only flight on Sunday. I'll get there at 10:15. I can drive very quickly to get to this lodge according to Google Maps from Polokwane Airport at 12:51. Speak at 1, leave at 2 because I need to be back at 5:40 because by 5 because the flight leaves at 5:40. So I do it. I call the C of Abos. I say, hey, please help me to make sure that I get this C-class on time. It's 12:31. I'm on the road. I'm 42 kilometers away from this lodge, and then I hit a pothole, and my tire goes the other way. So I look at my phone. There's no network. So I realize I'm just going to drive. It's a run-flat tire. I'll make it. I drive. I pass a very aggressive giraffes, lots of animals, no humans, no cars in the middle of nowhere, almost in Zimbabwe. And then I'm 25 kilometers from the destination, and the car falls down because now the tire is done. And I don't know what to do. And I'm not getting out of the car because there are lots of animals around, and I'm scared. And then I see this ambulance, this exact ambulance coming in the opposite direction. And I try and hoot and I try and stop it and it goes past me. And then he hits brakes and he takes a U-turn, he comes back. He says, what's wrong, Chief? I said, my tire is gone. He said, yeah, I'll give you my tire. I said, your tire won't work in a C-class Mercedes-Benz, boss. He's like, I can't help you. I said, can you not take me 25 kilometers in that direction? I know you were going the other way. He said, no, I can't help you. I said, I'll pay you. No matter what the price, I'll pay you. And the guy next to him said, let's just take him. We don't want your money, we'll take you. And I jumped in the middle of this exact ambulance. As I got in, it had 467,000 kilometers. I told him I'm going to WhatsApp MEC Poppy and tell her you must change the ambulance. They said, please don't WhatsApp our MEC. You're not even supposed to be in this ambulance. And I drove with him. And I got there and I realized one thing that day. It's not the engine that matters. It's not the gearbox that matters. It's every single part of your business. When the tire goes down, everything stops. And so how do you think of the business in its entirety rather than just the individual? The second is I've been doing quite a bit of work with La Liga, the football league. In 2018, they were a 480 million euro business. They're now a 2.9 billion euro business. What did they do? They focused on operational excellence. How do we get people into the stadium and out in 15 minutes? How was the last game of Barcelona Football Club at the Camp Nou, the last game that was played at that stadium? We emptied the stadium in 11 minutes. What did they do? How did they grow? They realized they were focusing on the wrong audience. They were focusing on the segment of customers and viewers who would watch football irrespective of how bad it is. I remember I grew up in a home where my dad would be listening to the wireless. And everywhere we go, even to Durban, he'd be listening to the commentary of the stadium. And those supporters will continue to watch. Man United supporters, Chiefs supporters will watch. Every weekend they lose, and they continue to watch. And so you need to ask yourself, what did they do? They looked at other segments. Maybe you must change the frame. Maybe you must change the focus of your business and think about other segments of customers. So I'm going to close with this. Why do I love being here? Why do I always say to people who say, Abdullah, here's an opportunity abroad? No, I want to be here. I want to be here. And I think South Africa has incredible opportunities despite the headlines, because a few weeks ago, I hosted DP Mashatile for 2 hours with 150 CEOs. But an hour before, I spoke to him about rules of engagement. And I said to him, nothing's off the table for me, DP. I'm going to ask you tough questions. I'm going to ask you difficult questions. I'm going to hold you accountable. Tell me what you don't want me to go to. He said, you can ask anything. And I was tough in the 2 hours. I was really difficult in the conversation. And I appreciate the fact that I live in a country where I can hold leaders accountable and not disappear. That's the freedom of democracy. That's the power of being able to have a society where we can hold leaders accountable. I grew up in a society, colleagues, where I was in New York in January this year. and my lips were messed up, and the chapstick in New York wasn't working. And then I called my wife and I said, Mafuza, I need some help. My lips are messed up. I'm speaking at this big session at the UN. I don't know what to do. She said, in your bag, there's a Zambak. Please take it and we'll make it work. When I got to my bag, I found my daughter had left these scopas there. And I realized I can go to the best restaurants in New York, but these scopas keep me going. They're actually brilliant. Now they're like a standard item in my bag whenever I travel because they're the food that I grew up with. I realized, colleagues, that I live in a society where it was snowing the other day in Joburg in June. I'm teaching on the MBA class that night. It is cold, it is biting, it is frozen. And I get one of my students who come up and he's wearing a K-way jacket but a pair of shorts. And I'm like, Kanja, are you okay, boss? He's like, yeah, I'm fine. And so I'm going to close with this. This is why I perhaps sometimes can't say things, but I can maybe write about it. So I'm going to close with this piece that I wrote that I haven't really shared with anybody. If it plays. Oh. Okay, maybe it's gone, but we can play the video another time. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your time. Really appreciate it.
They want to lock us into. And
do not run off. I know you are wearing active wear.
Maybe we can
Do not run off. I'd like to call on the CEO of the Durban Arts SETA, Mr. Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, may I please ask that you remain on stage? I would also like to invite the acting COO, George Moshaike, to come on stage as well. Two chiefs will be presenting and basically outlining how we as a SETA are implementing the NSDP. The DG has already outlined the priorities, and I think he's done half the work because he really went into detail in terms of where we are as a SETA in responding to the NSDP. I will hand over to yourselves. Feel free to utilize, there's a little device here to manage and control your presentation, but you can also just come up to the podium and make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it working? Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And what do they say in South Africa? All protocol observed. So I'm not going to get into details regarding that. So I think generally what we are planning to do between myself and George is just to give you a little bit of an experience in terms of the fact that you heard that the DDG has given us a box. So we've been put into a box. So within this box, as a SETA, we then are required to then work out what we're supposed to do in terms of the NSDP, so which is the National Skills Development Plan. So what we then did as a SETA, we then looked around and said, for the next 5 years, although it's a 10-year program, obviously we are supposed to look at it for the first 5 years. So we've just finished year 3. We're now entering into year 4 of our program, and that is why we then felt it is important that we just come back to the stakeholders and share with you how we have fared as an organization, whether we're doing well or whether we're not doing well, If we're not doing well, what can we then do as an organization to ensure that we do well, because we work with you as partners. The work that we are doing we will never be able to do without the stakeholders that we have here. So I'm not going to go into detail because the DDG has already tried and explained to you what the outcomes are. But what we then did with outcome one is that we really have to ensure, like Abdullah has indicated, that is important for us to continuously look and find out what are the skills needs to the industry. And we can only do that through research agendas that we have set up in the organization. So we've done a lot of work through the SSP, through the impact studies, and through other programs that we've done. The other outcome is also related to the increase of the worker occupational directed programs. I think the DDG also explained the fact that the SETA landscape is moving from what we call traditional learnership to what we call occupational directed programs, so that we can then increase the skills in our sector, including the artisan program. Then the outcome 3, we then dealt with it as outcome 8 in terms of our strategic plan to ensure that we are agile. Then dealt with within this box that I'm talking about, and you can imagine how difficult it is for us to ensure that we continue to create this pool, whether they are employed or unemployed, and create this pool of talent, and ensure that they continue to be upskilled or skilled or reskilling new ones. And then on outcome 4, we also have to create access to young people to get into the sector, but not only young people. If you look at the post-school education system, it's not only looking at young people, it's also looking at those that have left school, either it's standard 2, standard 2, those that are younger would know what standard 2 is, and now we're talking about grades, so that those opportunities gets given to them. Then we also spoke about the fact that the department has been quite clear in terms of the fact that the public college systems needs to be supported. And every time when I'm going around and talking to stakeholders, and some of them know, and they've heard me, and I've said we need to start working with the public colleges. And these public colleges could either be CETs or the TVET colleges. And we've done a lot of work in terms of ensuring that we support them. We create partnerships with the industry, and that is really, really important for us as a SETA. Then outcome 6, obviously, is creating employment in the country. We've set up 3 programs as a SETA. We've got an SMME program, we've got an entrepreneurship program for young people, and we've got the informal trading programs that we've had, and I think the DDG did explain to you. And then outcome 7, obviously, is focusing on capacitating unions. Unions are also an important stakeholder within our sector. If they don't necessarily know what contribution they need to make in order to ensure that those that they are leading are capacitated, we will not be able to get to where we're supposed to go. So there is a partnership between an employer and the union. So that is why within the NSDP, we've got this outcome 7 that is focusing on trade unions. And the last one is one that I'm probably very, very passionate about, the one on career guidance, because what we are finding is that young people that are getting into the sector, they get there because of the last resort. Everything else has failed. And however, they don't necessarily understand the opportunities that are available in the sector. And this sector is one dynamic sector that can create such opportunities for young people. So we have put in some plans in the organization, and I think we'll share with you in terms of what our thinking has been in terms of looking at career guidance, because the way that we've been doing career guidance for years in the SETA space probably is not really as impactful as it's supposed to be. So Abdul, I think, made a very, very important point. We had this strat plan, a 5-year strat plan. We are in, we've finished year 3. And during this period, we were, we unfortunately, we probably not taking it as seriously as we were supposed to be. In the sector, we were also hit by the riots, especially in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. In the skills development, we have got a tendency sometimes to look at things at a very, 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 very micro level, and we forgot about the climate change. And we hit by floods in South Africa. And one of the biggest issues that is, while we are implementing this, is load shedding. Some of the stakeholders have not been able to submit their WSPs because of load shedding. Some of the training programs can't happen the way that it's supposed to happen because of load shedding. So these are all sort of challenges, and I want to say that, I don't want to say problems, challenges that we had to navigate as a SETA within this box that I'm indicating to you, which is our NSDP, and that is why we then are here in terms of looking at a review of this up to 2020-25, and see obviously how as an organization we've fared. And I think we felt that it was opportune that we have then this conversation, because in the next financial year, we'll therefore be sitting as an organization and saying, how have you fared over a period of 5 years? How can we then ensure that in the next 5 years, we improve on areas where, as an organization, we do well, and the inputs that will be coming through this session that we have will really be helpful in ensuring that when we do the review in 2025, planning for the next 5 years, we are able to get that particular input. So just quickly share some successes that we've had in the organization in the 3 years that we've been in the organization. We had highs and we had lows, you know. There's a song that we, for all we know,
one of my headsets.
may never, you know, so we, at one point, that's what we felt as an organization. So our plan really is to improve on our governance on the institution. So we had 1 year of unqualified audit, and we had 1 year where we went badly into a qualified, and we've been able to come back again. On issues of career guidance, we are in the process of creating a career guidance platform that is integrated, that is looking at all the programs that we have in the organization. And also, we want to move with the times. We want to use technology. And young people have got these small gadgets that they use. And we would like those young people to use these particular opportunities, and we would like the sector to also participate in this career guidance platform, although we're continuing with a number of other programs and where we've partnered with a number of you that are here in the sector in terms of how we can then work together and improve and do career guidance that is much more impactful. We've had a number of partnerships with CETs, TVET colleges on a whole range of issues. In fact, we had about 30 partnerships in the period of 3 years in the institutions on various projects that I'm not going to go into detail with it. And we're planning to increase that by 10% for this year and the next financial year. So we've also had TVET colleges working with them, ensuring that we support them so that they can be able to do occupationally directed programs. We had a target for the next 5 years of 20. We've actually done well up to 32. But over and above that, one of our strategic priority as an organization is transformation. So what we have done is that we've looked at an accreditation of 45 historically disadvantaged skills development service providers as a SETA, and that program is running, and we are quite proud of the progress that we have in the program. We, as I've indicated, we have to continuously look and check whether the demands and the skills demands impact studies. NSDP talks about the impact. I think the chairperson, when he started speaking here, is that we can't be continuously training for unemployment. We have to ensure that our training programs have an impact and young people get an opportunity to be employed, or they start their own employment. On the young people, on youth unemployment, up to the end of March, we have had about over 26,000 young people participating in our programs on learnerships or skills programs within the SETA program, including artisan programs. Cooperatives, we also have to work with cooperatives in terms of the NSDP. We have a target of 100 over a period of 5 years. We have already achieved 71, and we already have got 2 in transformation projects that we have in the organization. One of them is the RMDP, and the other one is the International Leadership Development, and I'm sure George will speak in detail regarding that. We've also have had a number of programs, and I think the DDG did give you some numbers in terms of what we have achieved in terms of SMME programs that we have, entrepreneurship programs, and also informal traders. When it comes to the unions, we've done 24 interventions, and we've already overachieved this particular target. And that program, what we've done, we have capacitated over 734 by 20%. Workers registered in our programs, we have registered over 28,000 programs that are already employed. The focus obviously is to ensure that we really look at emerging skills as the chairperson has indicated, that it is well and good to have the programs that we are doing, but the programs must be these skills that are required by the industry. And we are continuing also to track whether we are really training people on ICT skills, because that's quite important. We are also on track on our 5-year target.
Sibusiso, please mute Busiso.
One of the biggest challenges that the SETAs find themselves in is that register learners and give them the numbers, and we are proud of it. But are they completing the programs? And I think for us, that's very, very, very important as a SETA. And sometimes we do put some stringent measures in the process to ensure that that process does come into fruition. And I must say, being involved in 3 SETAs, this is one of the SETAs that is actually doing well. Programs do have an impact. George, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. And good morning, everybody. I think mine is a very simple task, as I am just going to look into the opportunities that we have identified as the SETA going forward in terms of what we need to do. And I think a lot has already been spoken about around the priority skills that we are looking at. There's a lot of issues that have been identified around the SMMEs and informal traders, the collaboration with industry experts that we need to do as a SETA, and associations to create specific modules and training that are focused particularly on SMMEs. We are also looking at how do we look at e-learning platforms and making them available to the sector. I mean, it was already said that the advent of COVID has actually taught us a lot of things that we never thought were possible. They are actually possible, because we were forced to learn how to use Teams, we were forced to learn how to use Zoom, all these platforms that we never thought they were there all along, but we just didn't care. But COVID forced us to start using them. So why can't we then use similar platforms to make learning easy for our sector as wholesale and retail? Also part of our priority areas is to look at how can we develop a fund that then looks at assisting SMMEs. And obviously that needs to be done. It's not only looking at what we do as a SETA, but how do we partner with industry? How do we partner with government departments? How do we partner with other institutions? I mean, there are already programs that we are looking at doing. We have already started partnering with institutions like NYDA, institutions like SETA and all of that, saying, how can we work together in order for us to be able to assist, particularly our small businesses? It was already said that these small businesses are already assisting us, the country, in terms of creation of employment. So we are looking at how do we, as a SETA, do that. But over and above that, we are also running already running programs where we are looking at how do we assist our informal traders. These are programs that we have been running over the years. We are looking at programs, how do we assist those SMMEs that are already registered with us. So you'll find on the one hand, you have got informal traders that are not non-levy paying, they're not registered as formal businesses, but you also have those that are already registered with us, but not necessarily paying levies. This is a sector that we cannot ignore. This is a sector that we also need to assist as a SETA. So what we are saying is, what can we do to assist them? There is a very exciting project that we have actually done this year, where we actually involved in a project where we partnered with a university in Kenya, and we took these SMMEs to Kenya, and part of the idea was to say, can they understand that you can actually operate without using cash? Because if you go to a country like Kenya, almost all the transactions are digital. When they look at you, if you start using cash, I think it's an identifier that you're actually not from Kenya, because that's how they transact. So also for them to understand how different is it to what we do here, to what they do in other countries, so that we can bring it back here and we can learn how to implement. So those are the kind of programs as a SETA that we are saying. It's really exciting when we start to get these programs that we believe will be able to bring extra value into the country. But we are also saying we also need to get our formalized business to say, can we get coaches and mentors that can also work with these small businesses to show them what do they need to be able to run formal businesses, because in a lot of cases it's from hand to mouth and then you don't really see development. But I'm sure there are ways that we can be able to assist them. And we're also saying we need resources where we can create like a hub where you can go and log in if you're a small business and you want assistance to say, I want to develop a business plan. Where do I start? There is a template that we can have. There are documentation that can say, this is what you need to do. This is the process that you need to follow. And if you cannot do it yourself, then you know that there is somebody that you can be able to contact to assist. Is that we are seeing going into the future and how we can be able to assist our small
Goodness
business.
me. No, I did. I definitely did send you an invite
And
via link
we are also looking at
on
saying,
Teams.
how do we assist people with disabilities in our sector? We have been talking to our
Yes,
stakeholders
Rudy,
over
yeah.
the years. And as a SETA, we have been saying
But in
we
any
will provide a reasonable accommodation where it is required. And what is reasonable accommodation? It could be that you require, maybe there must be a ramp for this person to be able to go into the business on their wheelchair. It might be that you need this person to get reading glasses or whatever it is that is required for them to be able to function properly within the workplace. So as a SETA, we are saying these are things that we are capable of doing because we do provide funding for those. But we are saying we are not doing enough.
Hi, Dennis.
And we need to look at how do we partner with business?
Hello?
How do we partner with
Yes,
other
okay. Can you hear
government
me?
institutions that are looking
Yes.
into people with disabilities? And how do we then collaborate so that we can be able to increase in terms of the numbers that we're working with? I was visiting one of the colleges in Limpopo recently, and one of the principals at this college was saying to me, do you know that in a particular community, you could find some people are still hiding their children because they've got disabilities. So if we don't do something to make sure that those kids are brought out so that they can come into the mainstream community and into the mainstream economy, it's up to us to make sure we change that so that they can see that there are changes and they can be brought up to be able to benefit from our programs. The sector transformation, the CEO already spoke about it, where we are looking at our retail management development programs. We are looking at our international leadership programs. And really, these are programs that are looking at how do we bring, we transform the sector through bringing in new managers, young managers, that we can then provide with the relevant skills so that the sector can benefit and the transformation can happen. We are also looking at how do we create supplier diversity. I mean, us already as a SETA, we have been looking at how do we get suppliers from different areas of the country to be able to supply us as a SETA. And we are also saying to the sector, we need to encourage such. And I'm sure these are the kind of programs that some of you are already doing. I know through partnerships with some of our stakeholders, those are the kind of programs that we're running to say, we need to get suppliers for certain products in a particular province. I think from the activities of the country, you would have seen that sometimes you want to do a workshop in, let's say, somewhere in Tanin, but for you to bring a supplier from Gauteng, that can create a problem for you, for whatever it is that we want to do. So how do we make sure that we've got suppliers from the various communities where we do business? And how do we then drive that from a SETA perspective? And this is what we are saying. We need to do this in partnership with the industry, but also with other government institutions. The CEO spoke about youth unemployment. This is a huge area of focus for us. As you know, we do quite a lot of learnerships that are focused particularly on the 35 and below age. But we are also saying we are funding bursaries as well. And when we do these bursaries, we are hoping that whoever we fund for bursaries, especially the young people or the youth, they will come back and contribute to the sector. And what we would also like to ask you as a sector is that please join us when we have some of these sessions where we go and talk to some of these learners to say the reason why we are giving you this bursary is because we see the opportunities that are available in the sector. Because as the CEO said, a lot of the time, these young people, they just see, or they end up in the retail sector as a fallback because they've got nowhere else to go. But we do these sessions, we do career guidance, we do these sessions where we go and sell it to them to say, in the wholesale and retail sector, we need accountants, we need IT people, we need lawyers, we need this, we need that. These are the things that we do with the sector. I mean, with the young people, when we have got our career guidance, or when we've got our orientation sessions before they start on our bursary programs. We do this because we want them to understand that it's the sector that is paying for you to be part of this program. And we do hope that when you are finished with your program, you will then come and work in the sector. So this is the kind of, it's like a marketing program that we do where we go and sell such programs to the young people. We do graduate placements, and this gives them an opportunity. And I think a lot of you have been participating and assisting us with these programs. And I think, CEO, I will stop there, and thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you.
Halfway through
Oh,
our
dear.
strategic plan, we are doing some good work. We are really working. I think if we're at a political rally, I would be saying,
Viva.
I'll be saying Viva or Pambili, Davian Arsita Pambili, or if we're church, we'd be saying Shine, Davian Arsita Shine. I'm going to allow this opportunity for 2 questions from the floor to be directed to the 2 chiefs in terms of just in relation to the presentation that they've made. Do we have some mics, roving mics? There's a hand here. If you can maybe just introduce yourself and indicate which organization you're coming from and then pose your question. Can we just get another hand so that we can be swift in the Q&A? The lights are so bright, I can barely see what's happening at the back. So there are no other hands. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mkonati and my friend, Mr. George Bushek. I think we should take the advice of Honorable Barachia and create some turbulence and some speed. I'm saying that, you know, I come often to the SETA summits and we hear about the unemployed matriculants, the unemployed youth, and the unemployed youth. If we look in front of us, we have a solution. And the solution is simple. George, you explained it in your challenge. You said, yes, we take those learners, we give them the education, we have a goal, you're going to put them in a database. When we retail employees need them, we can come to your database. That's a good goal. But now we're doing true empowerment. Those people that come to learn, the word that Barachia used was, let's use turbulence. They must be given an opportunity immediately. The opportunity is twofold. One is the WR SETA is one of the best environmental SETAs that you can ever find. The opportunities are far greater in the WR SETA than any SETA. The students on the outcome-based education, they do the module, and the next minute they are doing stock taking, they are looking at the cashier position, they're doing merchandising, and WR SETA. Hello, let's create some turbulence now. Let's show the other SETAs that we mean business. We mean job creation. We hear about the jobs fund, the DTI, black industrialists. Baratia, get your guns out. I am worse than JJ. Okay. So what I'm saying, it is time now for South Africa to go into action. And when we came to the summit here, you have a stakeholder relationship, Mr. Bushek. You have a stakeholder relationship, Mr. Sibia. You have a stakeholder relationship, Konazi. We have great faith in you. The WR SETA is one of the best SETAs, in fact, the leading SETA. Let's do it the way South Africa wants it done. Two opportunities. Is there anyone from the NYDA in this room here? Now, how come when my student learns out there in the retail environment that we do not place the opportunity in front of him? Because when you ask them 3 questions, okay, what's your objective of doing this leadership? I want to get that piece of paper. What's your second objective? I want to be empowered. I want to be somebody. What's your ambition? I want to be an entrepreneur. Let's build those dreams, man. Let's don't waste time now about this, that, and the other. We, South Africa, are the power. I'm not talking about Siya Kolisi and his team only. I'm talking about all of us. We are the power. If there is one thing that the summit can bring, is I love that transformation or that paradigm shift. I like Bharatia's word. Let's create some turbulence now. Let's get some action out there. We are pumped up. When those students come for leadership, we want to see them truly empowered. Here's one for you that I'll give you. I also belong to the wholesale and retail sector. The leaderships are lovely. They go and learn jobs that they can actually do. We also are very privileged because while we're teaching them, we find a good stock taker, we find a good cashier, we find a good merchandiser, we pull them in. But now, government must wake up. We want the Department of Disabilities to tell us who is these disabled people? What is the ID number? Where are they? Make it transparent, database. We want the SETAs to tell us who are these learners that were trained. Put it in a database. George, buy a platform from Amazon. Right. So now we're in the action because what we are saying is that we need to get the unemployed people into opportunities or jobs. Opportunities which way? NYDA has grants. We have things like laundromat. We have things like sewing cooperatives. The retail can provide so many small things. All it needs is a course on venture creation, and you build an entrepreneur. You're talking about the informal traders. Those are mini, what can say, pick and pay. Where's the pick and pay lady? We have pick and pay express in the townships. Okay, let's put our thoughts together. Let's get out of something out of this summit. When we put those learners out there, let us empower South Africa by empowering the employed. We have the shops, they get in-house experience, on-the-job training in the WR SETA module. You can put them in your fashion hub, you can put them into incubators. We need to start thinking loudly. I go with Bharatiya. Let's create some turbulence. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take, sure. I'm only going to take one more question because we are running behind in terms of time. I'm going to look for a question, maybe that side of the room. Let's spread the love. There's a lady in the green jacket there. But the gentleman is already standing. Can you please be brief with your question? Start by introducing yourself.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Besh. I'm from Edutel. George, I need to take a bow. We're very, very proud of you over the years, and that's a fact. That's a fact. And you just make us proud again today. And CEO, I'm so glad that you guys acknowledge George. Just one question to the CEO. George, not for you, just to the CEO. On your presentation, outcome 3 and outcome 6, I believe, you talk about transformation. And transformation concerning, I didn't get it. I don't know where it is, but you must please help me. Is there in transformation for the SETA purposes for private higher education providers? Is there something in your presentation? Is there a strategy? Is there a purpose? Can we find it somewhere? I asked you the other day, I cannot see. Somebody said there's a 30, 70, I think it's discrimination. Can we work on it? That's the question. Thank you.
This is Coco Kaza. I found of Hannes Peter Hub. Thank you to WNR SETA. I'm a founder. Thinking from where I'm coming from in 2021 to where I am today, I've personally worked with WNR SETA. I've never worked with any other government agency, and I'm so grateful. I'm one of the informal traders that went to Kenya. And from the first group, the 30 of us, the first group that went to Kenya, thanks to WNR SETA, everyone is doing something great in their organizations. There are people that went there with the mindset of, I want the voucher, I just want the money, and that's it. But today, all 30 of us are doing something. It might be small steps, but everyone is doing something. That means there will be an impact in the economy of South Africa because 30 people have changed their mindsets, and I'm one of them. And another thing that I would like to ask from WNR SETA is that please make yourself visible, because when I interact with other people, like in the township and stuff, they don't know WNR SETA. The most commonly known agencies, government agencies, are the agencies that they don't, like, they come, give educations, and then they don't come back. WNR SETA came to in my township in 2021. They said, even if you don't have an idea, come. We'll give you a skill and a voucher. And then they came back in 2023. They elevated me from where they left me to another level. And like that was the first in my community. They couldn't believe it's the first time, because the other agencies, they come, they don't come back. And WNR SETA, it really shows that they care, like they literally care. And we are truly grateful for that. What I want to ask from the CEO is that please make yourselves visible for those who don't know about you, never heard of WNR SETA, and there are actually great mindsets and great young people who are very creative, energetic, with ideas out there. They have the ideas, they have the resilience, but imagine if you have the resilience, the mindset, and then you meet WNR SETA. Amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was the last question for the segment. I'm just going to allow the CEO to respond to the questions.
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to start from there. Yes, we know that we know that we are not as visible as we would like it to be, and it's something that I think my board is constantly talking to me and my management team about it. We will try our best to ensure that we can just increase. You know, the worst thing about working for a public entity is that you have to pay for. You have to pay for you to be visible. But when you've got a scandal, you know, no one pays for it. So they quickly come into your space. And that's unfortunate. Sometimes when we do invite those that are in the media to come into our spaces, we don't probably sharing, sensational stories. But we take the point and we do our best to ensure that we do exactly that. In terms of the and I think in my presentation I did indicate that we've got 45 what we call skills development providers that are from the previously disadvantaged group that we are working on. The project has been running for a year, where we've taken them through the whole process in terms of understanding what the skills development provider is, because I think, truth be told, the sector hasn't transformed over a period of time. So we've got this project that is going on, and the board is aware of it, and it was probably the initiative of the board. We are in the process now of getting into the finalization to getting them accredited into the wholesale and retail space. So we started with 45 as a pilot, and we will have learnings from the project, and then we will then ensure that we replicate that project for the future. So it has looked at all the provinces in South Africa. So we've given opportunities to historically disadvantaged training providers from all the provinces in South Africa. So, and the project is going on currently from a transformation point of view. The gentleman there from Metro Home setting. Yes, I'll take your what you shared with us as just comments, and we really want to continue to work more and do more for the sector, and we're hoping that we will work with everyone here in the room and outside, that those that are not here, because we can only do this if we all work together. Thank you. And for us, collaboration, there's power in collaboration, and that is why we will see we've got Department of Small Development that we'll be talking today in terms of the collaborations that we have. We've got collaborations with NYDA. We've got collaboration with Department of Rural Development. We've got collaboration with Department of Economic Development in different provinces, where we do different projects that we think are yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom and George. It's 11:25. We've got, can we just please take a 15-minute coffee break? We will resume at 22:12, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Advanced Diploma cohort of the ILDP completed its immersion component of the program in the heart of Tanzania's economy, Dar es Salaam, on the 26th of June, 2023.
Things that you've learned in your course, we aim also to bring in all this kind of content into helping you to understand.
I work with Tanzania Startup Association and the Policy and Research Department. I'll quickly take you through around the evolving startup and innovation ecosystem in Tanzania.
Today, I'm here to share with you in a nutshell about the overview of investment climate in Tanzania and also the investment opportunities.
The main objective of the immersion was to expose delegates to the innovative and emerging economy of Tanzania.
Should that translate much more than just this? My name is Nolthando Mayende Malepe. I'm the High Commissioner of South Africa in Tanzania. The first thing to mention is that Tanzania is an important partner for South Africa. Our freedom fighters were accommodated in Tanzania during the struggle period. We now need to partner with them in terms of economic development.
This part of the program comprised of carefully crafted engagements with leading thought leaders and immersion into wholesale and retail companies for benchmarking and learning best practices that are advancing the economy of Tanzania.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our office, Nature Ripe Kilimanjaro. I'm Fatma Riami, the Managing Director of the company. I'm also the shareholder. This is a family company which started in 2000 as mango growers. We are in 5 regions in Tanzania at the moment. We have 26 regions. It's the issue of marketing and also transport.
So we try to go to as many exhibitions as possible so that we can get to as many customers as we can.
Do you sell anything online?
We started online, when is this? A week now. So it hasn't picked up yet. It's direct to customers. You go into the application, you order what you want, then they'll deliver it straight to you.
The cohort spent a week in Dar es Salaam, exploring its economic as well as its social landscape. Delegates learned how Tanzania has risen from underdevelopment to create innovative solutions to propel the drive for socio-economic transformation and accelerated economic growth.
Guys in Tanzania don't open at 8 o'clock like in South Africa. But it's a good race. It's really enjoyable. We're learning a lot.
Thought leaders and businesses shared insight on the wholesale and retail landscape of Tanzania, as well as the opportunities and competitive threats that exist in the macro environment. Some of the key learnings from the immersion included the following. Innovation proved to be one of the biggest growth opportunities for the wholesale and retail industry that can accelerate the economic growth of Tanzania.
Okay, guys, morning. My name is Sudhir Maraj. I'm from Durban. I've come to Tanzania in 2008 to open up a franchise with a few friends of mine. It's system driven. The system knows the moment stock is allocated to me in South Africa, that stock will take about 12 weeks to get to me.
Part of the immersion was also contrasting the economic market of Tanzania with the South African economy, drawing on best practices that can be implemented in the local wholesale and retail sector. Tanzania is also aspiring to become a middle-income country through industrialization, just as South Africa has achieved and surpassed.
There will be a Q&A session as well as some feedback. And our panel, do you have a matrix that they are marking your presentations on?
So our task this morning was to identify 2 companies from the 2 countries or economies that we visited, companies that have fully embraced digital transformation.
Much as the country is not advanced in terms of digital transformation, Azam is actually creating a future that they want. Though they're not making money, they can tell that in 2 to 3 years, their country might be there.
Research and development in strategic areas will promote innovation for economic development and technology transfer, therefore help realize the industrialization vision of Tanzania.
Tanzania is a very young market with a great future in terms of developing its digital and retail sector. Great opportunities for South Africa to invest in this country.
Tanzania also aims to develop a competitive knowledge economy, which is skills-based, knowledge and innovation-driven, and thus capable of generating and sustaining dynamic economic development.
I think what was really important from our interactions was the way they drive foreign investment.
My one word is sawa sawa. It says it is okay, whether you're facing challenges, you're facing hardships, you don't have enough resources, but sawa sawa.
Inspirational. Dynamic, because this is a country that's in constant change for the good.
ILDP, developing globally competitive leaders for the wholesale and retail sector.
wathinta umama, wathinta imbokotho.
My colleagues in Queenstown, remember what I told you on our last day of class? Yeah, it does not matter how you start. What's important is how you finish. Guess what? I'm early today. All protocols observed. Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bukeka. My colleague has already said a mouthful. I don't know where to begin from that, but can I kindly share my story? I'm just a village girl from a small town called Stakesbury, just at the corner of the Eastern Cape, close to Lesotho border. Being in this program, it was extremely difficult for me because I'm from a village where we struggle with basic service delivery. And to get to class, it took me 6 hours. Hence, I was always late, but I persevered and completed the course. Being a beneficiary of this program did not only change my life, but it changed the life of my entire community. I've become a beacon of hope for my village. I'm practically an ambassador for agriculture. We do community gardens now and backyard gardens. Thank you. After completing the course, I remember just pushing a trolley, going to sell bunches of spinach to Boxer. It was only 50 bunches of spinach, and I was so timid going there at the receiving point. But the managers there, they accepted me, and also they bought from me, and they also encouraged that I should plow more because they have 2 stores in Stakesbury, and I was the only local supplier. So I always get teased every time I went to the receiving stores because I was pushing a trolley, and the clerks, they will always say, "What's the registration of your truck, ma'am?" And like, okay, it's fine. But today, fast forward, I now park my truck, my bike is pulling a trailer. So all that happened in just a short period of 7 months. So I am truly, truly grateful to BOSA, WNR SETA. This is the best program because it extends beyond the classrooms. Thank you so much.
The International Leadership Development Program, ILDP, is the WNR SETA's prestigious executive development program aimed at accelerating the progression of exceptionally talented leaders to senior and executive roles in their companies.
I'm going to take this thing like a real introductory discussion about what are some of the future prospects that you'd want to see in this country as someone who wants to invest here.
I will share with yourselves some of the conversations we saw happening about 2 weeks ago between the South Africa president and the Kenya president. The issues really was around integration of the African continent. From January 1 next year, I can walk into your country without getting a visa prior to coming to the
This highly sought after executive development program in the wholesale and retail sector boasts an over 400-member alumni of leaders for making an impactful and indelible mark in the South African wholesale and retail space and positioning the sector as a lucrative career of choice. The main component of the ILDP, which is exposing delegates to emerging and emerged economies around the world, commenced with African immersion in November 2022 for the 2021-2022 cohort. This part of the program comprises carefully crafted engagements with leading thought leaders and immersion into wholesale and retail companies.
We started out supplying specialized cuts. We sat and thought about it and said, you know what, are we selling the best quality stuff So we transformed one of our branches into a specialized pet food production plant.
The first part of the African immersion of the ILDP focused on the developing market of Nairobi, Kenya. Delegates of the postgraduate diploma in business administration spent a week in Nairobi exploring its economic and social landscapes.
Knowledge is power, knowledge is influence. And as a young Black female executive, I felt that this immersion has really enabled me to become more powerful and more knowledgeable in my role and function. If I had a magic wand, I would say each and every single senior manager and executive to be or is already come on such immersions. It opens up your world to so much more.
This journey has brought me back to the spirit of Ubuntu and really embracing that for what it is and going back to the basics of life.
The lessons were many, and delegates learned from how Kenya is rising from underdevelopment to create thriving economies embedded on technology and investment in small business development to create sustainable growth.
So we had some brands belonging to other groups called Shalimar Oil, Parachute Oil, but Dabur did not have any presence in. You have to keep yourself completely open to what more might be there in the market.
Part of the immersion was contrasting the economic market of Kenya with the South African economy, drawing on best practices that can be implemented in the local wholesale and retail sector.
The biggest bargaining tool that you can use is you give your final price, you walk away slowly, and then they'll grab you if they're going to give it to you physically. They grab you. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I like.
I learned there's different pricing depending on how they perceive you as a customer. If they perceive you as deep-pocketed and willing to pay the full price, like the gents there, they will definitely give you the full price. But if you come across as I'm here, I really don't have the money, but I want to support, they're willing not to let a sale go because of the difference in pricing.
One thing that the delegates agreed on was that Africa is capable of driving sustainable and inclusive growth and development enabled by relevant economic policies that create an enabling environment. At the center of the envisioned thriving economy is undeniably the role of skills development.
Satu City is a mixed-use development that sits on approximately 5,000 acres. The development is located on the northern corridor of Nairobi.
The Kenyan experience has been an enriching one, and I'm so grateful. The itinerary has been diverse, and we visited informal retailers, formal retailers, and even manufacturers, and we learned a lot.
Just the movement put me in, everything will change.
Concluding the immersion, the delegates shared their insights and recommendations to a panel comprising of the W&R SETA and Gibbs.
And we're hoping that when you move out of here, of this program, there will be an impact.
It was extraordinary.
You'll grow.
The trip was about unlocking opportunities.
And you'll be better.
The Wholesale and Retail SETA. W&R SETA is a government entity that facilitates education and training in the wholesale and retail sector. A skills development authority in the wholesale and retail sector, the W&R SETA is unrelenting in its skills development transformative agenda for the sector to ensure equal opportunities for young people, women, and Africans. One of the initiatives to achieve this objective is the Service Station Readiness Program. The W&R SETA partnered with PetroConnect for this program that has benefited 1,000 individuals who aspire to start their own fuel retail businesses, expand existing businesses, or develop their careers in fuel retail operations.
We went into this program not knowing a lot, but I came out there knowing everything, basically. It helped me in terms of what are the dynamics within the fuel industry, what are the things that are required from the oil companies in order to get a site, what are your responsibilities, and what is supposed to be done by you, and how to make a very profitable business.
So they really covered everything. And then the all-important part of the course was on-site training, where all of us had to go to a site. We were assigned to a site in our closest to us, and we had to work there, from pumping petrol to working the tills, to seeing how goods are receipted, how you do the dips and the checks. And that was an eye-opener. We had Spunelo there, who was phenomenal, and showed us how you actually do run a site and what's the application, especially the financial application, because that is critical and key to a business.
A 21 million rand investment.
I have spent lots of time thinking about my love for the country that birthed me. Does love hurt? Should love hurt? Why does love hurt? As human beings, we often yearn for the utopian ideal, but I guess it's the ups and downs that make the ups magical. And it's the downs that give us the ability to show gratitude and appreciation for the special parts. The temperate weather, the nostalgic memories of Dr. 16-Valve Khumalo and Lance Zulu Kruzner and Zola Bud. Yeah, the runner and also the taxi. The pride we have in knowing that Chris Barnard changed healthcare forever, and that we can call the global giant Madiba our very own. It's the downs that remind us that love does hurt, and that we have to fight for what we love and strive to make what we love better. Football teams fight for success by amplifying what works and fixing what doesn't. Organizations and entrepreneurs work to find better ways to create value differently. And even individuals strive for amplifying the good and fixing the mediocre. I've also learned that love ain't a destination, but a constant evolution through phases. Remember that warm, fuzzy feeling of a first kiss, and how it changed into a deeper but different love. Similarly, our country has evolved from being the darling of the international world to one faced with ghastly growing pains. The pain of unfair inequality, the pain that this young democracy is now older but not necessarily wiser, as it has not been able to create inclusive economic change that lifts the tide so that all boats rise. Pain and pleasure coexist and force us to question, is love worth fighting for? Of course, I want to give my all for what I love. I want to find how, in my small way, I can make an impact. How can I call out inequality more? Can I find more ways to contribute to equity and inclusion? can I contribute to telling the full story and not just one version? The story of Mazwane and Busy Corner, the story of Siyakuza and taking his place on the global stage, the story of Elon Musk and his massive impact in his own unique Harakat way, the story of Trevor Noah from Josie to the world, the story of amazing companies doing amazing things every single day, and the story of South Africans saying that this is my country and I will make a difference to it. And together our difference will have a massive impact. So yes, love is special, but also love requires you to appreciate and value the full picture. Love requires you to play your part. Love requires you to be able to do more and to be more. In essence, love requires you to ask, how am I going to frame the society that I live in?
So back to my original question. Does love hurt sometimes? I found the best answer in this quote. Love isn't always perfect. It isn't a fairy tale or a storybook, and it doesn't always come easy. Love is overcoming obstacles, facing challenges, fighting to be together, holding on and never letting go. It is a short word, easy to spell, difficult to define, and impossible to live without. Love is work, but most of all, love is realizing that every hour, every minute, and every second was worth it. So yes, this love story ain't over, and it's a story that we're all willing to fight for.
Do I click in the middle? Not so 100% sure. Is there any change? Ah, something is happening. Okay, so we need to talk about student retention. And if I can start with just the background of it, and you might wonder why am I standing here? And I also wondered why I was sent to present this portion of the presentation or representing Northlink College. But it's all about retention of students and having an understanding and a broader understanding of what is happening in our college. And obviously, when we get to the Q&A at the end, I might not have answers for some of your questions because I'm not at that level as where Mr. Brian Piquet is. But nevertheless, let's see how we progress with that. Okay. Our relationship with the wholesale and retail SETA has gone quite a number of years. And at some stage in that whole relationship, I also joined in that. And my own relationship personally with the wholesale and retail SETA is extended probably, 1.5 decades, if not more. But at Northlink College, we had the learnerships that we implemented there for a period of time. The dates that we mentioned, yes, 2016, 2017, I became aware of it 2017, but we had from level 1 up to level 4. And there was quite a wide variety and numbers of students that came through the process during that time. And it's really a program that helped students that couldn't get into the mainstream qualifications to also have an opportunity to get to that magical level 4, to be more employable. But that's not always how it worked out. And we had mixed successes with that whole process. And in this combination, so we might have a level 1 group that went for quite a long period of, or quite a large group of people, and then by natural nutrition and funding available would end up with a level 3 or a level 4 group that will consist of between 20 to 30 students. This whole program came to an end during COVID, not that we can blame COVID for that as a single reason, but be that as it may. But the relationships that we have built with host employers and the way that the assessors and facilitators have built those relationships. And I recall the times that we had to go and visit our students in the workplace on a Friday, and how you had to mitigate the risk in that, and how important it was that we actually was able, through the way that we implemented the programs, that we got into the shops where the students were, and that we could help with that management process. Because if we leave the management of the student only to a host employer, it becomes difficult because the college should be involved. And I think we did quite a good job in that sense. And how do we keep the student then connected to Northlink College? That's difficult because if they're not taken into employment through the wholesale and retail program that they were in, were there other opportunities? And I'm glad to say that even this week, one of my students, 2018, 2019, Rafika sent me a message, "Sir, I want to register for a course. Can you just tell me how should I do that?" Then later on, you will see some statistics. Then there's an office admin student that's now, funded through, the discretionary grants, that's now have an opportunity to serve in an admin position within the college. Another one that was part of level 2 has now gone on to do N5 already. She went through level 4 because she was exposed in the workplace to the administration in wholesale and retail. And she left level 2, went office admin, and now she's doing a secretarial course. So these are a variety of things. Student leaving, going to private institutions to study further. Now, these are a minority of the successes, But I think it creates an opportunity for so much to happen in this. And on site, we had a simulator that served us very well because we could manage to do physical simulations, customer role plays that we've done there, a little bit of stock taking, merchandising that we could do within that space. And so that is still available to us, although not currently in use. So we hope to revive that again. When it comes to bursary students that do not qualify for the normal bursaries, are there other opportunities to keep them connected to the college and allow them the opportunity to go through training? And through the bursaries that we get from the WNR SETA, we were able to place 125 of those students, and in variety of programs. So it's important that we are not limited through the opportunities that we get through the wholesale and retail SETA. And for that, we are also grateful. So that those 125 students were placed in 11 different courses, as you can see on the screen. So yeah, they would be able to then go after what they are able to do and what they want to go for. So living their dream, but they're not limited. But then again, wholesale and retail is not limited to just the shop and buying and selling a product. I do not believe that. Student placements, our will department. Discretionary grants offer us that opportunity to place students within the sector and within workplaces as such. The funding focus on the retail placements in the sector, that's something that's continuously going and also covering a variety of disciplines within the college. Okay, student placements. Now, here's only a focus on 2022, 2023, but there's much more to it. And the amounts and numbers are much bigger than this. And this is only linked to WNR SETA. And again, 158 of those students having the opportunity to gain the practical experience under the guidance of our placement officers. And that team has been expanded in the college to make sure that we can cover all the campuses with the necessary manpower to do the placements and to do that effectively and manage that process well. So partnership agreements with the WNR SETA, student placements, that's an ongoing thing, and the bursaries, that's an ongoing process that we go with, and I hope never to stop. And earlier on, the CEO, either CEO, COO referred to the investing in IT, and there's a project that the WNR SETA has, is the collaborator, is the main stakeholder financially, and that is at our Goodwood campus, doing our online learning. There's a huge investment of over 9 million rand to develop that learning management system and to create that platform to be able to do the hybrid learning. And that is a campus that some of the courses are being outsourced through the natural process of how decisions are made, and we earmark that campus for our online learning. There's WNR SETA, look out. That MOU should be on your table by the end of this day. I heard the news this morning, so the necessary signatures will be on it today. And there's a MOU that's being signed for the research, education, and training. And that's going to be a long-term process up to 2027. Because unless we have the necessary data, unless we have the necessary information, what are we planning and what are we working with? And we are grateful for that opportunity to be part of that as well. Now, as I said, when there's Q&A, don't ask the difficult questions that a principal should answer. But I did ask my principal and say, can I give a personal perspective of wholesale and retail? So we had a competition this year, Alan Gray Intercollege Entrepreneurship Competition. We sent 6 students to the regional rounds, and it so happened that Northlink did very well, so I can brag about that because my responsibility in the college is entrepreneurial development. So I was appointed last year with my colleague Tandeka, who's responsible for alumni, to also create that link with the college, with our alumni. So when we start to implement certain things, that we can go to the alumni and say, who of you are unemployed? And many of them are. So can we create opportunities through entrepreneurship development? So I like the entrepreneurial mindset that we are creating, because that is the answer that we have to look for. And from trying to implement an incubator in an under-resourced community, from working with TCB, doing ISBP as a facilitator, from doing facilitation, assessment, moderation within those learnership programs. And then I see, but my clothing production and design student and my hair care student that was in the competition, they could go to a UNISA symposium and they could generate sales in 2 days collectively of close to 4,000 Rand. But how would a hair care student then fit into this space? Now that hair care student is making wigs and selling them. And so I think that wholesale and retail is so cross-sectoral, and there's so many benefits within the wholesale and retail sector. Having been exposed to the inside retail experience for a week, that I would see, and then I would be able to influence students to say, but wholesale and retail is not buying and selling only. There's so much more to it. All the disciplines are taken up in it. And I think that is what we need to focus on also as a college while we are doing these wonderful things that we do, is that we never forget that entrepreneurship within the space is big and we can make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone in the house at large, to the all dignitaries. My name is Rose Kaula. They call me Auntie Rose at CCP. I'm coming from Taking Care of Business in Durban branch. I'm here to talk on behalf of the beneficial of Taking Care of Business and how SETA has changed my life and the other ladies' life. When I joined the Taking Care of Business, I was 52 years old. I was looking very older than I am today. I'm 56 today, but I'm younger than how I was before. Because if you are in poverty, sometimes you wear it. I was wearing poverty. Today I can communicate. I've got communication skills that I've learned. Today I didn't know I can speak English because I was like, I've learned to communicate. I had a mentoring, I had a coaching. A coaching will tell us to go and look for opportunity, to ask for help, to ask others how they're doing it. Today I can even hold my other sister to how to do things, how to make things happen. I've got the mentoring that you must record to see how the money is coming in and how the money is going out. I carry my bags and go sell, door to door. As I'm going selling door to door in Jacobs, then I saw an opportunity. That's my coach told me that take a risk. I open a shop. When I opened the shop, the baker went inside and took everything. But through that training that I had, I'm still standing up. I'm still gonna fulfill this dream. Then I went to ISBP. In ISBP, I've learned a lot. And for me, I finished school matric in 1985. Just imagine in 2020, I'm coming to learn how my mind is. It's just like, so I make sure that I listen to my facilitator. I was like a small child telling me SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis, what's that? Oh, threats, opportunities, weaknesses. It was my first time to hear that. Telling me about merchandising, business plan. What is business plan? I remember I asked my friend, what's his business plan? He said, oh no, I'm gonna give you the book to read. What is it? What is inside there? Today I know what's his business plan. Today I know the importance of recording. I know the importance of helping others. I know the importance of spreading this thing because people are suffering outside. SETA has given me the opportunity in my age Just imagine a 52 years old going to learn and somebody standing in front of you and I'm writing. And my father will say, oh, what's you wrote? Auntie Rose, what's you wrote here? I will say, oh, what I wrote. Say, what's your meaning here? I say, what I'm meaning here? Because I don't know what I'm meaning. Then she'll say, Auntie Rose, you must say this, this, and this, and this. I've learned a lot and I'm so grateful. WR SETA, you've changed this woman. I couldn't dress like this before. When I'm working, I was working in poverty. Like, today I can walk. I know I'm capable of making things happen. And things are happening. I've wrote a dream business. What's his dream business? Dream. You dream. I've got a business. I've got a fast food. Then I gave my facility. I said, Auntie Rose, what you wrote here? You write about what you want your business to be in future. Then my dream business is to have a business around my area, is to employ people, is to tell people how I got help. We don't live in the world of dreaming. We just live. I didn't know you must have a dream. WR SETA, I'm grateful. I'm thankful for giving me this opportunity. I've learned a lot. Please carry on giving other old ladies like me. Don't limit the age and say from 25 years to 35. What about us? We also need this opportunity. Today I can smile, I'm happy of all what I'm getting, parenting skills. Before, when my grandchild is doing something wrong, I used to say, hey, you know, yo. Now I know how to talk to him. I've parenting skills, counseling. I don't know how many times I went for counseling through my background, and it's helped me. And this knowledge I'm passing over to other people. I wish I can climb on top of the world and tell people to come and join taking care of business with WR SETA. I'm so grateful. I'm running an informal small business. I want to take my business somewhere to register my business to make it formal one day. I would like to have a laptop where I can write my thing, because now I'm writing in the black book on my phone. My phone can't take it anymore because I've got lots of customers, because I've been trained how to look for customers, how to talk to customers. I'm good with customers. Even in this house, in this area, in these people here, you can be all my customers. I can convince you to buy from me. Thank you so much. I'm a graduate. I've graduated. I'm so happy. I didn't know I would be wearing that, you know. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Rose. I share your sentiments. I acknowledge all distinguished guests in their respective portfolios. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. As introduced, my name is Kidibone Sekgole, and I'm an entrepreneur as well as a proud beneficiary of the Wholesale and Retail SETA Entrepreneurship Development Program. I will be speaking on entrepreneurship development, with my focus being on how my business has benefited from the WNR SETA Entrepreneurship Development Program. This program is an accredited new venture creation NQF Level 2 program in which young entrepreneurs such as myself receive mentorship and training in business-related modules. A stipend is provided for the duration of the program, and on completion, the WNR SETA presents a cash voucher to entrepreneurs for investment in their businesses. I participated in the program in the third year of my business's establishment, and the program has had a phenomenal impact on my business, Muipone Aesthetics, a manufacturer of exceptional quality, natural, affordable, and multi-purpose personal care products. My participation in the WNR SETA Entrepreneurship Program assisted me in identifying the knowledge and skills gaps I had and which I needed to address in order for me to successfully operate and scale my business. The program also greatly improved my opportunity-seeking skills, and as a result, I was able to further my development and participation in entrepreneurship activities. After graduating in the NQF Level 2 New Venture Creation Program with WNR SETA, I enrolled and successfully completed the NQF Level 4 program with the Small Enterprise Development Agency. I also applied for and was accepted into the prestigious Innovation Hub Accelerator program, where my business has received assistance with a plethora of industry experts and facilities. I was also fortunate to be part of the online-based Johannesburg Business School EDP, aligned to NQF Level 5, which focused more on creating organizational, financial, and HR systems. I was thereafter invited by JBS to complete a qualification in costing and financial management at NQF Level 5, and I'm proud to say that I'm currently concluding a national certificate in chemical manufacturing with Pakamani College. Thank you. So the mission of my business has always been to be an accredited, recognized, and award-winning international supplier of exceptional quality natural products for hair, face, and body care. And through the WNR SETA Entrepreneurship Development Program, I was able to brand and position my township-based business to being on an international stage. And Mibwena Aesthetics was indeed invited and proudly exhibited at an international trade platform, being the Pan-African Women's Conference in Zanzibar last year. I would also like to highlight that having been subjected to being an unemployed graduate for a very long period of time, although having studied at one of the top universities in the country, the University of Pretoria, with a degree that is relevant to the socio-economic climate of our country, an NQF Level 7 degree in political sciences, I have found that the WNR SETA Entrepreneurship Program to be most impactful and fruitful in terms of my career, regardless of it being at NQF Level 2. The CEO of WNR SETA, Mr. Tom Kwanazi, highlighted the following at the Black Business Council in February 2019, that the public sector's capacity to absorb the millions of unemployed young people has been saturated, and the formal public sector is not able to absorb these huge numbers. Young people must be prepared for self-employment, and a conducive environment must be created for small businesses to rise to this challenge. He further added that a financial muscle and open market can be provided, but if small business owners are not equipped and capacitated, they will not realize the full potential of these opportunities. Skills development is therefore an integral part of economic growth. These statements corroborate clause 4.6 of the National Skills Development Plan 2030, which speaks to skills development support for entrepreneurship and cooperative governance, which states that the challenge of inoculating a culture and spirit of entrepreneurship and self-employment lies not only in making funding available, but in developing the skills and competencies of the youth and potential entrepreneurs in general. In conclusion, the WNR SETA Entrepreneurship Development Program is an exceptionally impactful, empowering, and transformative program, and I'm only one of 250 young people trained annually. What a phenomenal effort from WNR SETA in support of government's efforts to reduce youth unemployment in South Africa through entrepreneurship. I thank you.
Good afternoon. I think that if anybody told me in 2021 when we started this journey that I'd be standing here today explaining this investment to you, I would be very surprised. At the point that we started this, I mean, it was a dream. We had a vision for what we wanted youth to look like in our local manufacturing space and what that was going to be as an investment for South Africa. And I think driving successful localization is key to the development of young people in South Africa. We aim our manufacturing programs at the neat group of people. So when we started this journey, we had a very specific idea in mind of who we wanted to influence and how we wanted to create sustainable employment for them. Past 2 years, we have created over 1,000 learnership opportunities in this space. in talking about those learnerships, I think it would be wrong not to mention our absorption of these learners. It has been key to maintain absorption levels at a higher level than we've ever targeted ourselves before. In order for us to invest in this, I targeted our business to maintain learners up to 60% of the total youth component that we had put through the program. And I'm happy to say that we have managed to maintain that 60% over the last 2 financial years. So the retention of learners on this program is key. We are dealing with individuals who are coming into the business with various social economic problems that have impacted their ability to really become a success. And what we've tried to do in this space is, despite giving them the skills, a practical skill that they can use and develop, if they were to stay with us, there is career opportunity for career projection. Some of these learners over the last 5 years have become supervisors in our business. So we are really committed to creating a journey for these individuals. But should they not choose to stay with us, there is always the opportunity for them to use this very practical skill to create their own self-employment. And that is the reason why we've moved a lot of our youth investment over the last 2 years into the learnerships within our manufacturing space. So our manufacturing strategy involves almost half of our youth investment. And to that end, it takes a lot of financial commitment to purchase factories, to run factories, to create these opportunities. And we can only really do that with successful partnership with different stakeholders. As part of that, we've applied for different types of funding, and we were very happy to, at the beginning of this year, finalize a program that is joint funding between the WNR SETA and DDAT and the Western Cape, which sees the employment of over 200 learners in the Western Cape. Predominantly, the largest part of that group is sitting in Caledon, which for those of you who are not aware, is one of the more rural areas in the Western Cape, with very few opportunities for these individuals. We have been able to not only impact the local employment in Caledon, but also the surrounding areas, creating then a more sustainable group of people to communicate with this local economy and then contribute. So I know I'm not going to be able to do it justice until you can physically see our investment. But I would like to say that what we've done here is we have created a group of human beings that can move past some of the barriers they have experienced previously. And move into a world where they have a skill that they can be proud of, that they can do something with. And that is, in essence, what we are trying to achieve. I stand here today as only one part of the wheel that sort of turns this engine around our economic investment in youth development in the manufacturing space. But I can tell you that it is a commitment from a lot of different parties in making sure that we drive this process and we create something sustainable from now up until our current strategy will take us through to about 2027. So this partnership that we've created is something that is beautiful, and we'll see a lot more. And I hope to come to you again in years to come and tell you how successful it has been with a more detailed impact study on learners who have now transitioned from the year 1 to year 5, and see how that investment has changed people. And thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. You know, I was just really happy, Lindiwe, that you didn't put me immediately after Abdullah, right? And then you put me after these immensely inspirational women, right? Now, I can't impress you now. And to make matters worse, I'm very new to the role. I've been the chief economist for Western Cape government for a number of years, so I don't have glitzy pictures. I only come with numbers and graphs. And as my daughter describes me, I come in lots of different different phases or stages of beige. Or a new favorite one, I'm a cure for ADD. But I can guarantee she's migrated now out of that stage where just the mere presence of me annoys her. So I'm really grateful for that. Okay, so I just have a few slides just to sort of contextualize the problem that we're in, and it's going to be really, really quick. So this is the Western Cape, and the truth is I never had time to update this for national, but Western Cape unemployment is typically the lowest in the country. We got the lower poverty rates, and ours are shockingly poor. And if you just think about what it means for the rest of the country, you'd want to look for the darkest corner of the room and go into a fetal position. The graph over here shows a rise in the number of people unemployed in the Western Cape. Just look how steep that graph is, right? The second graph over there, there's 6 million people in the Western Cape. 3.1 million of them live below the food poverty line, which means they don't have enough money to buy 2,000 calories of food, right? So they go to bed, half of the population goes to bed hungry. And again, the Western Cape is slightly better than the rest of the country. This slide over here makes me sick every time I see it. A household is about 3.8 people, right? Little graph on the little histogram on the left, that's 1,500 Rand, 1,600 for 20%. So everyone up to 40%, that's the income of households, 2,854 Rand. There's 3.8 people in a household, which means that they're only living off grants, 40 to 50%. Even if you look at the 50% graph over here, 5,200, that's not a full-time job, right? So you got more than 50% of the population that don't have any meaningful income, right? And the reason the context is that important is that when we start funding programs or funding the support of individuals, it's really important that sometimes there's certain programs where your heart goes out and you want to support those programs. And the other is you really have to ask yourself, how is this affecting that 50% that where you have a household that doesn't have a job? And it's not because they don't want one, it's because they can't find one. I'm not gonna go through all of this. Oh, this slide is important, right? This one's over here, this is very confusing here, but with all the graphs here, but it says that our working force is becoming older, not younger, all right? So look at the far right-hand side, right? Or sort of look at this graph over here, right? It says that you have the average age of people are increasing by 11% of people in the workforce. So we're not doing any justice to those that are new market entrants. My last really boring beige economic number, the orange graph over here, that's the not economically active. So what did not economically active mean is that even if we give you a job, you don't want one. That number is higher than those that are unemployed. And the reason they don't want one is because when you've never had a job and you start hitting 25, 26, 27, you're engaging in criminal activities, really poor social, antisocial behavior, gangsterism, drugs. So even if you give them a job, they don't want one. And those are the individuals that's gonna jump over your wall and my wall at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we don't have the instruments to deal with it. So you have to deal with them by the time they hit 22, 23, you pretty much reach the precipice, right? It's very difficult to transition them into work if they've been unemployed, worked at school for 12 years, doing some other bits and still not finding employment. So there's lots of reasons and there's lots of complexity around why it's difficult to transition kids into employment. But from a a company perspective, very often we train and we train and we can't quite understand why companies don't want to provide permanency or give these kids an opportunity to work. And the truth is that even if you have a qualification, it still takes a company about a year or so to get that individual in a space where they're actually contributing meaningfully to work. So what they typically do is they poach from one another, and they don't give young kids an opportunity. And that's why we see the age of individuals, of young kids, becoming older and older because companies are poaching. And then once they start poaching, you see the salaries increasing. In the call center industry, we saw salary increasing across 2 years by 30% per annum because they just won't employ new kids coming into the sector that will only poach from one another. So our instruments that we develop, we need to look at how we create an environment that incentivizes companies to take on new market entrants. And just skilling is not the answer. We used to skill, and then companies don't take them, right? Because they don't have experience. So one of the reasons that, well, the multitude of reasons that companies don't employ is first, you don't have the accreditation, you don't have the skills, you don't have the qualification, you don't have the behavioral characteristics, you don't have the on-the-job training. There's a whole host of reasons. So the instruments that we develop to transition kids into employment, you're going to have to deal with all of those issues, right? You can't only deal with one of them because I think Abdullah said that you know, it's not only the engine, it's the gearbox, it's the tire, it's the seats, it's the brakes. All of that has to work to transition a kid, young adult, into employment, right? And this is a really interesting piece of slide that I've got, but effectively what it says that there's no correlation, at least in the Southeast Asian tigers in the 80s, there's very little correlation between the number of years you spend in education and employment, right? The yellow bits here, this over here is tertiary enrollment, right? If you look at the tertiary enrollment over here, Singapore, China, Malaysia, they all had significantly lower educational rates than what we have right now, right? And they managed double-digit growth consistently for nearly 2 decades. What is required is an affable learner, a learner that works well with others, right? One that doesn't come with social baggages, right? So it's not only the skill, the company can provide the skill, right? But it's those aspects that we typically don't focus on, and that's typically the reasons why companies are reluctant to employ. So it's not necessarily a skills issue. It's not even necessarily an education issue, notwithstanding the fact that more than 50% of kids drop out of school before they get a grade 12 certificate, right? It's much more complex than that. If we don't appreciate that, then we'll be in the same position we're in right now, sort of 10 years from now. Okay, so in my last hour and 15 minutes, we'll talk about some of the things that we've experienced. So on our programs right now, we do about 5,000 kids every year. And of the 5,000, we have 80% permanent absorption on average across all our programs, right? And what's key to that is, firstly, it's this partnership, right? You have to work with private sector. So all our programs are funded. Some of it is funded. We've got 500 kids right now in the clothing and textile sector, but we do about 5,000 a year. We get funded by national government. We get funded by, so typically our fund is we will give 25%. We get another 25% of funds from national sources, and 50% of our funding comes from private sector. These are companies that's not even based in the Western Cape, but all they want to see is that we have meaningful instruments that results in employment, right? And there's money awash nationally amongst private sector to fund programs that demonstrates real return, i.e. not just a skills program, not just experiential learning program, not just a qualification, but you have real impact. And if you show this, you're not going to have a financial problem, right? In fact, we have to turn money away because we can't, my time is up. So, sorry, can I have another minute and a half, or is it a hard, I got a minute and a half. She said I got a minute and a half. So firstly, it's really partnerships, right? So And the partnerships include National Treasury, it includes the SETAs, it includes, more importantly, private sector, and it really includes academia. And when you develop a program, right, what we discovered is if you just look at one problem, right, you're not going to fix the problem. You're going to fix that, but the other necessary conditions to lead to employment is not met. So you have to get everyone in the room to understand what is required, and you start with the end in mind. And the end in mind is, when I fund this individual, 80% of them needs to end up in employment. And private sector, what do you need to get there? Right? That is the goal. The goal is not a qualification. The goal is not skills. The goal is I need absorption after this. That's the goal. And government will come to the party, but private sector, you have to give us the commitment, right? So all our programs has an 80% employment rate, and we've overshot that. We had a recent evaluation study done by National Treasury's GTAC, and an EPWP job will cost 61,000 Rand with about 20%, 15% employment. Our programs now is 15,333 Rand for a permanent job. At least that's what it costs the department. I mean, the SETAs give us some money too. But then it realizes in a permanent job. So I think my appeal here is that, you know, it's not the qualification, it's not the skills. The goal here in mind is absorption. Get everyone involved when you do fund programs. Understand what's required by the firm to lead to absorption, and develop a set of interventions that gets there, and then look at what the cost is. And some companies, some programs will cost more than others, and you do a cost benefit analysis to get there. I have run out of time, so I'm going to stop my presentation. I'm not going to ask for another 90 seconds, so thank you for indulging me.
Well done, everyone. Thank you so much to our incredible panelists. I had goosebumps halfway through that. We will ask for only 2 questions in the interest of time. So if you can please raise your hand so we can have any questions or clarifications for our panelists on the floor. We've got one question there and another this side. Thank you. You can get the mic to that gentleman. Ma'am?
Hi, everyone. So I have a question for Usiski Boni, because I believe her and I were on the same sector and we are both beneficiaries. So I wanted to ask, how can we, you and I, help the other people that are on the same sector? Do you see us collaborating, working together to empower the other young people out there who have the same vision as us, like we're into beauty? And can we make it possible to inspire them, work with them, motivate them, hold their hands, and just share what we've learned, what we've gained from being the beneficiaries of WNR SETA, and share that information with other young people who have not gotten the opportunity to get what we got? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. I think in my profile, when the marketing team asked for my profile, I added the term community leader, because I saw that the skills and the knowledge that I have gained empower me to be one. It is my responsibility to bring change. So previously, Mipona Aesthetics, we would have marketing events where we would invite other businesses and we would do B2B relations. So I think that's one avenue that we can explore in networking with other peers in our communities, in our environment, in our industry, in the sector. Let's meet, let's chat, let's see how we can empower each other and bring change. So something as simple as that, you know, I know that women empowerment events are trending right now, where you see a flyer on Instagram where we invite young people to say, come ladies, let's sip some tea and talk about how we can empower one another. So definitely, I think what you're suggesting is incredible, and yeah, we should definitely pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, the session facilitator. My name is Risuna Maluleke. I am the CEO of the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute. What I just have as a question for our panel here is to say, and anyone can take it, particularly from a synergic perspective of government and also, private sector, in terms of skills development and achieving sustainable livelihoods and so on. Our best belief is that if we want to achieve sustainable livelihoods, we should not speak of skills development in isolation in terms of we should marry the approach to youth entrepreneurship as well as employability aspect of things. Because if we're to speak of them in isolation, it means that we'll develop more people for employment while there are no opportunities then in terms of absorption in that regard. I just want to ask then to our panel to say, what are the active steps that are being taken by both private sector and government in synergy to ensure that when we are looking at skills development, we do not prioritize one over the other, and ensure that for every entrepreneur that we're developing, there's someone to take up an employment opportunity for sustainability and so on. And I would just want to also commend the Western Cape provincial government when we're doing the youth entrepreneurship tour in partnership with WNR SETA, where we have achieved or rather engaged with more than 1,500 young entrepreneurs across the country. The provincial government was one of the 3, if not 4 provincial governments that raised their hands in terms of collaboration. Well done on the work that you are doing. Thank you very much.
Did I ever tell you my name? Nico. Thank you for that. And I think it's very important that if we listen to the totality of what was said, that the answer is locked up in that. Because just recently, the DDAT had a conversation with all TVETs within the Western Cape to say, how do we collaborate? How do we bridge the gap? How do we make sure that whilst there are skills development, that employability is also part of that? And when one cannot do these things in isolation, but the ultimate goal is the beneficiary and what the beneficiary should achieve. So the way that the college should approach the skills programs, the training, because we're sitting in a society where we have, and I call it educational inflation. Because if you don't have a certain educational level, certain positions will be out of reach for you. So yes, we have to do the formal education, but we cannot just focus on that and leave the other things that they need to learn. Those developing the full person. You've heard from TCB how yes, ISBP is 50 days of it. Now I know that because I've done it, but it's, how long have you been with TCB? 2 years. 2 years. So it's developing the whole person to be able to become and to have the necessary support. From my perspective and from a college perspective is, how do we implement the entrepreneurial mindset as part of the curriculum? Because you cannot leave the entrepreneurial mindset out, because that mindset is typically focused at what we call, and what we didn't ignore it. It was all part of the specific outcomes, and those are the CCFOs. The CCFOs are now no more important than ever before. That working in teams, problem solving, having communication skills. Those are the important things. That's how we prepare people for the world and how it has changed. And as each individual alluded to the successes, I think it's a combination of all of that that will allow society to be able to grow and become better than what it is. Personally, and I think that we all should have that 20-year view. If I want South Africa to be better 20 years from now, what am I doing today? And how can I make a difference in the lives of, doesn't matter young or old. I never knew why I had to leave the older ladies to come and teach the youngsters in the college. I really said, God, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? But now that I'm sitting there and I'm working with artisans and I see the youth and I see the hopelessness, then I know we have to collaborate to make it work as a total approach to this. And you know what? Our problems are not incremental. Our problems are really so big. So we have to create solutions that are much bigger than, we can't just take one step. We've got to come all out and we need to work together.
hear me?
One, two.
Thank you so much. You know, in 2000, we imported 1 billion rands worth of clothing and textiles through the ports of Cape Town, right? Last year, we imported 27 billion through the ports of Cape Town. In 2000, we employed 62,000 people in the clothing and textile sector. Today, we employ 30 people in the Western Cape in clothing and textile, right? The funny thing is that we know that the Chinese worker got paid, our cost was 130, 40% more than a Chinese worker then. Today, South African workers get paid less than the Chinese worker by 40%, right? Yet, we still import, okay? The cost of capital is pretty much the same across the globe, okay? And here's the thing, if you think that skills is the problem, you can train someone as much as you want. If you give him a needle and thread to make a jersey, he's gonna make 1 jersey a day. You give him a machine, he's gonna make 10,000 jerseys a day. Now you can compete with imports coming from Bangladesh, Turkey, China, right? And key to that is the entrepreneurial spirit, right? Now, and the companies, by the way, that, I mean, TFG is manufacturing locally, outperformed everyone else on the JSE because they're producing goods locally, right? And if you ignore the cost, right, where every other sector, company in the sector needs to predict what they're going to sell a year from now because they have to place the orders, right? If you produce locally, you don't have 4 seasons, you have 12 seasons. You can decide what's selling and change what's selling now, right? And we are cheaper at producing things. Or at least our labor is cheaper, right? The problem is that we don't have enough entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs doesn't have access to finance to buy the machinery. And I know it's not the SETA's role to support entrepreneurial capital, right? That's the problem. The problem is that even though all the factors of production is in our favor, entrepreneurs and that entrepreneurial spirit is not given the space to grow because there's no access. And by the way, if you're an entrepreneur and you fail, you get blacklisted and you can never ever get access to capital again. In the US, you fail and you start over. You fail, you start over. You fail, you outstart. So there's a systemic issue, but I think we also have to look at how SETAs can provide support for entrepreneurs to start investing in these particular sectors. Thanks.
Thank you. I will be petitioning the CEO for us to have a 2-day summit going forward. We cannot get through all incredible questions. Thank you to Nizam. Thank you to Nancy, to Rose, to Gidiboni, and to Nico. Now you may clear the stage. Thank you. We will come back for a photograph at the end. Yeah. Please can I ask now the next group of panelists showcasing the progress in rural development for the Boxer Supermarket Small Scale Farmers Market Access Partnership Program.
product. So as Volta, we truly pride ourselves for opening that space. In closing, as a way forward, we continue to track and contact those that they graduated, but you seem to, others that you can't find us on their phones because the numbers have changed, others have got jobs, but we keep in touch to say, we have this WhatsApp to say, where are you, how are you doing, is there anything we can assist you? Continue with our strategic partnership with WOSA and SETA for the benefit of these rural communities, continue building sustainable enterprise, continue developing and growing SMEs, one enterprise at a time, one family at a time, one community at a time, and one province at a time. Thank you so much.
I'm sitting there.
All protocol observed. My name is Antonia, and I'm from Stepsred, and it's a village called Nizan. Now, it is a very rural area in the outskirts of the Eastern Cape. So, Matilda is the age of where I come from, you know. Our area has limited opportunities for limited access to the internet and it's difficult to get a network to communicate. That's where I come from. So for me to access information and what forced me about maybe 5 minutes to go to town to access a public library. So being unemployed, 95 minutes money for someone who's unemployed. So for me to get to public library, I would go to the ask any library to say, can I go to your residence system? And they will give me their money and they will go and make groceries for them. And then find time to go to the library. Little did I know the opportunity that will change my life, I will find it at this grocery store. So I applied for the small scale farming program. And a few months later, I did a follow up. The guy picked up the call and said, sorry, but we did not get enough application in the district. Now you can imagine our district has 3 municipalities and they could not even get 20 applications. And then he said, maybe you should try this year. And I said, no, what will change next year? Could you please put me in the program? And he said, no, the next class will be in this town. That district is very far from the state. And as I said, this is a ticket for me out of poverty. Can I please be in the class? And he said, no, you're going to drop out. But it's very far. And then he said, if you can make it to Queenstown at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, then you are in. And he knew that there is no way that I would get to Queenstown at 8 using public transport coming from the area that I was from. So I took a conscious decision to go to Queenstown that night. I took hikes and then spent the night at the police station. The morning I called I'm serious. Like, yeah. And it's important to ask the manager to take you to class. Some classes have already in session. So I just jumped in, that's how I started the program. So when I started the program, it was just a small scale farmer. I was planting at a vacant garden. When I completed the program, I got an opportunity to supply to. So yeah, in our town, we have 2 ecosystems. So I would like to meet the demand of the city. So I had to go to the local chief, ask for the end. There I was given about 10 hectares. So I grew from a subsistence farmer to a small farmer. The supply to those stores and the demand is huge. So at this stage,
so at the moment you didn't
understand. Partnered with the commission farm, Mr. Rose. So we are utilizing hectares of it now. So we are supplying. Not only that,
I received an award for a best female smallholder farmer in the Eastern Cape. And I'm also excited to say it is not only I who is successful in this program. I met some of my cohorts at the professional awards. They were also nominated, and also they are nominated at the national awards that will be happening in the Nelspruit. So this program, it did not only open doors for me, but all the cohorts that I was in with. It's so excited that we met in so many stages related to economical development, rural development, or even public hearing affecting change on the bills that are not impactful in rural development. I always find my cohorts there. So yeah, we have taken up the space, and we are very thankful to Wholesale and Retail SETA for the opportunity. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. And as everybody was saying, all protocol observed, because I think we've got a timer here, by the way, for those of you that don't see. So it actually turns red when your time is up. My name is Bonelo Mbata. I'm a glorified petrol attendant. 1998, I complete my diploma in accounting, and I'm an aspiring accountant, thinking that I'm going to make a profession in accounting field. Little did I know that all doors would actually close in front of me. Between 2000 and 2001, I'm a petrol attendant because I'm trying to make a living. But again, little did I know that when you smell petrol, it is a drug. You'll never get out of it. Get in the space, I work my way up, I become so motivated. I become so much entrenched in this field. Remember, I'm trained in numbers, and I'm starting to add 1 and 1 together. Not only 2 comes, 20 does. And I begin to see a future in this. Fast forward, time goes by, and eventually I'm no longer looking for employment because I've been trying to get employment. Doors are closed. So eventually, I now look for opportunities on how do I get my hands in this kind of a business. So I start to look for opportunities. I remember one opportunity that came my way was a first service station, and I'm cutting a very long story short here. Very first opportunity to own a service station, but I didn't have money. I still remember the time when the banks were asking for collateral and everything, and I said, look, my dear bank, I don't have anything, but I'm happy to give my wife and my son to you. And once I'm done, you will give them back to me. They didn't know that I actually signed them up as collateral. Fast forward, I ran that business successfully. I was given a chance. All I needed was one person to believe in me. I was a young boy, timid. He couldn't construct a sentence in English. I don't know what she saw in me. And to date, I am indebted, internally grateful to Pat Mahlangu because she saw a potential in me and gave me that opportunity. But she did not know that giving me an opportunity was a door to opening opportunities for hundreds and hundreds of South Africans that needed an opportunity in this space. Fast forward, a couple of years later, I meet a young man called Mark Harper. I'm now sort of like a mini guru in the industry. I own multiple service stations. I understand the game. I'm really on top of my game, passionate as ever. And I remember one day I'm saying, Mark, what are we gonna do? We need to come with sustainable solutions in our industry. Our industry is in the crux of transformation, but it seems like a formula is not there. Came together and we started this company called PetroConnect. Heart of PetroConnect was a program we called Readiness Program. And obviously we started doing workshops, teaching people about the industry and all those things. And so after a couple of years, we put together this program and we came to SETA and we said, we would like to give opportunities to people that would like to come to this sector. We want to train them up, want to mentor them, and want to open opportunities for them. And obviously, this was a new concept. And one of the biggest hurdles every entrepreneur has to conquer. Have you done this before? The big problem is when you've never done it before, people are skeptical. What if you fail? And in all honesty, these are genuine concerns. And that is why, again, today, I stand in this podium saying, thank you, SETA, because you believed in a concept that was untested. You had every reason to say, no, it is a risk, and you still chose to take a chance. We sent a proposal and we said, we want to train 1,000 Black people across the country to become service station owners. Presented, put our plan together. How are you going to place them? This is what we will. Have you? No, we haven't, but we will. Please trust us, we will. And eventually, we managed to collaborate with some oil companies, some financial institutions, and with the help of SETA, we trained 1,000 people successfully who, not all of them have service stations, by the way. Some of them ended up being site managers. Some of them worked in the fuel retail sector. And there are over 100 of them that have gone through the process and today are owning their own petrol stations. And I think for me, this has been the greatest fulfillment. A lot of people say, what's in it for you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What gives us peace at night is knowing that we've made a difference in somebody's life. And as I'm about to close, I'm trying to give back at least 3 minutes back to you, MC. All I'm asking, and I'm speaking now on behalf of every entrepreneur out there who keeps knocking and knocking and all doors are closed because a reference letter is needed. You have never done this before. You're trying to, to convince people to give you a chance. I'm saying to you, you will knock and you're going to have many no's, but all you need is just one. Just one, and I can tell you, the one yes is out there. Just don't stop knocking. I just want to invite Zama here. So Zama is actually a dealer now, so she owns, she's going to tell you her own story. She's part of the program, the service station readiness program that I spoke about. Zama, over to you.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. I think that's the theme of the day. My name is Zamaduma Mtungwa. I'll give a brief background. For me, I'm from the built environment. So this is a whole new sector altogether. The year is 2020. We've just been on COVID, a hard lockdown. I had a baby bump. I gave birth in September 20th. In October the 19th, I was at the readiness program, which I found about 2 weeks before the closing date for the WR-SETA's applications. When I went to Sibonela's office, they used to be by Ridge Road, the project manager, Velile, and I'm talking that PetroConnect is a family. Yes, Mark and Sibonela are the founders, but you find a family in them. So the journey started from that day. Velile asked, are you sure you're going to be able to make it? You're not going to be hyperventilating and all the other stuff that comes with postpartum. I was like, Velile, if I miss this chance, I'm never going to be able to do it again because I'm currently at home. I'm currently got time to actually do this 2-week program. It's a 2-week program and you get to meet different people from different sectors, from different spheres of life, different ages as well. And the promise that we made, because we have to do a presentation at the end of the 2 weeks to a panel that involves financial institutions from Nedbank. So it's a proper presentation where you would be practicing how you would be able to advertise yourself when you do actually get an opportunity to get a petrol station or a fuel station. The group where we sat in, we said, we are giving ourselves 36 months to 72 months to make a difference, to show that what Sibonela have been teaching us for the past 2 weeks, we've actually implemented. In that group that I was in, 3 of us are dealers, 2 of us are site managers. So there is an impact, and wherever you sit, CEO, COO, CFO, know that you're doing difference in South Africa. You're making a huge difference in changing the landscape. 2 weeks ago, I had a lady come in to do the pricer machines. We had an issue on site. Listen to me speaking like a dealer now. I used to be Ukovudaga. That's what we call people in the built environment. But the pricer lady goes to me, how many sites do you own? I think I saw you the other day. That indicated that because now there's so many women in the sector, she has realized there is a change. It's just that she hasn't realized that there's a lot of players that are coming in. And most of us are coming in through this program. And wherever you sit as board members, as part of the executive, even as people that work in the offices of officials in the WR-SETA, please know that you guys are making a huge difference. And you are actually making an impact where policy is written, but is never actually comes to fruition. You are making a difference. We are coming into the sector. We are taking up space as women, as young people, because there are young people that are under 35 that are actually have taken also the heed of making this change in this landscape. It's not an easy place that we are in, but Sibonela have dedicated themselves. So in the 45 skills facilitators that you are having, I think it's also important that we get quality skills facilitators that are going to actually engage themselves in changing the sphere of South Africa, because this goes beyond just having those 2 weeks at a facility where you're learning, but it goes beyond that. I only took over in April of this year as a dealer. I was appointed in July 2022. So the whole weight, the licensing, everything that you don't know that goes on in the background, without them holding my hand throughout, after those 2 weeks, I think I would have been lost in the system. So for me, it's just to say, you guys are making an impact. I think you should be asking for some budget cuts from other departments and then coming to you guys, because you are making a change that we do require. And congratulations and thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Chezi. As you might have heard, I work for Mr. Price Group in the HR department. I'm excited to be part of this occasion today. I think it's very important for me from HR point of view to be part of an occasion like this that talks skills development, because that's always one of the things that is on top of my mind on my daily job. Skills all the time, because we have to look for talents out there. But before I start with my presentation, I just want to confirm that I feel like I'm almost part of the WR-SETA. I was in 2018 was part of the ILDP program. That's where my growth came from, which I appreciate from this organization. And also, I know one speaker earlier on mentioned that Darren and SETA must go out there and be seen. I must mention that early this year, the CEO and his team of Darren and SETA visited my distribution center in KZN. So there was a special visit, which I appreciate, because you guys, you came, that was a way of building a relationship with the business out there. They came and I share my experience of skills and what we're doing in our distribution center. I think that's what triggered my presence here today, because I'm going to talk to you about our Jumpstart program, which is more of a readiness program that we do in Mr. Price. So I must appreciate you, CEO, for doing that. I think our relationship will go a very long way. So we're one of the businesses that is within the retail. So we are there to support the retail in all aspects. But the biggest one that I want to talk to you about today is more about work readiness, the Jumpstart program that we do in Mr. Price Group. Okay, it's not a big thing, but it contributes to the skills challenges that we're having in this country. As a group, as Mr. Price Group, we are also contributing to that. So the first thing that I want to highlight here to you guys is the challenges that we face as retail in terms of skills. So there's a serious problem of shortage of relevant skill when we're recruiting. I'm saying relevant because it's not anyone that we're looking for. We're looking for a particular skill. I know later on there'll be discussion around emerging skills. Yes, that's the biggest challenge, guys. We've got a lot of position there in businesses. I sit in HR. Each and every day we're looking for a talent, but we can't find. But we're talking about unemployment rate of the young talent, which is about 60%. But in business, we're sitting with a lot of back-end roles with people that are unemployed. Why? So that tells me that there's a gap there. Okay, in that process, we also have a challenge of the time that is taken to fill any position in the business. So it takes, in some of the critical roles, it takes almost 90 days. When you talk 90 days, we talk about 3 months or so. So, but we're talking unemployment out there. So how does that happen? If in business, we've got roles that are vacant, that's a big question that I ask. The other challenge as well is that even though we employ any candidate into a business, but within 10 months, that employee will leave the business. Why? So that's why later on I'll talk briefly about work readiness, simply because that person was employed but is not ready in terms of staying within the business. There's things that we need to fix to ensure that the candidate remain in the business for more than a year or so and grow. The other thing that we also concerned about this business is the behavior of the candidate that joined the business. So we need to work on the work ethics to ensure that anyone who joins any business is able to remain in a business and understand the work ethics, because guys, I'm talking here in particular with those that are entering the business for the first time. I'm talking about my children, I'm talking about the graduate. They've got their own behavior out there from school, but business or work is different. There's different work ethics that's required. So it needs a set of readiness for any candidate that join the business. We as Mr. Price, through Jumpstart, that's what we're working on. So our Jumpstart is divided into two. There's one program that deals with what we call retail frontline. Retail frontline deals with mainly with the grade 12. All those young talents out there that have completed grade 12. We bring them on board to say, let's prepare you, let's expose you, let's provide you with lab skills, let's make sure that we expose you into the supply chain so you understand how supply chain look like and you are able to select whatever careers you want to go into. And also work on the work ethic so that each candidate understand what the world of work is all about. So what is important there is to bridge this gap between education and work life. And then we also have another program that we refer to as retail frontline professional retail program, which is mainly dealing with the graduate. We also have a graduate program where if anyone has completed a BCom or any qualifications related to retail, we bring those candidates into the business and they spend almost 9 months in our business and making sure that we're taking them through the whole supply chain. In so doing, we make sure that we expose them to a merchant cycle. Merchant cycle, as you know, in retail is so critical. We always look for buyers and planners. Those roles cannot be found in this country. It's very critical that we prepare our talent for those kind of roles. That's one of the critical roles in any business. So we're making sure that all these two programs, they run concurrently and they stay in the business for almost a year. It's an annual program. And then after that, they graduate. And when they graduate, then they've got an opportunity to be absorbed into the business. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share with you what's our Jumpstart key value add. So we make sure that we expose them to the business, and then by the time they get full employment, they are ready to work. On a first day, they are able to perform to the right levels. One of the speakers on said, it's difficult that because the candidate will start working, but it will take almost a year to perform at the right level. But with this program, we make sure that on the first day, the candidate is in a better position to perform, which is very critical because we as a business, we are able to retain such candidates easily because there's a performance as well as the candidate enjoy working for the business. Also, in terms of our business, it also helps with the recruitment process. The recruitment takes forever, but if we've got someone ready to work, and then a recruitment process will be a very short time space process to do. And at the end, our jumpstart program contribute a lot in terms of unemployment in the country because all these candidates that we prepare, most of them get employed. I'm just going to share with you our success story around that. So in the previous financial year, we were able to develop at least 4,903 youth, and out of those, 88% were employed. Were employed through our business and our partners that we work in terms of manufacturing. So they were absorbed. Even those that were not employed, there's high opportunity that we employed elsewhere. Then a bit of a testimonial from those that have completed this program just to share. There's one here from Martin who works from our business as menswear. He said here, the program creates a stepping stone for young graduates entering the industry. It allows one to build a more holistic view of the industry. Most importantly, it instills skills, knowledge, and insight, enabling a student to approach the industry with a greater sense of understanding and confidence. And then the second success story here is from one of our associates, one of our employees at work for Miledis. I quote, he said, your dreams are valid. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. Never stop dreaming. Wake up and make an effort. Jumpstart gave me an opportunity to jumpstart my career in retail. It gave me an insight into the various roles and diversity in retail. So those are one of our success stories that at the end of the program, we do a graduation and reflect on how the Jumpstart program has went. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I know I still have time. I think for me, it's important what I highlighted earlier on, that there's a collaboration between us as business and the sector and all the stakeholders in making sure that work readiness is there to support our young talents so that we are able to work together, and as business, we're able to absorb a skilled talent and able to retain them, because retention is another issue as well, as I've highlighted. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Colleagues, we now have an opportunity to pose 2 questions to the panel. Please indicate yourself so that we can get the mic to you. Gentleman over here, gentleman, lady over there, gentleman that side. Thank you. Please state who you are and where you come from.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabel Lenyai. I am the founder and director of a company called Hands-On Skills Development Support Services. And also I am a former SETA employee. I was actually hoping that I would be the last person to speak, because from my side, it's not a question that I'm going to ask, but it's mainly going to be me taking off my hat to WNR SETA with the wonderful work that they are doing around the capacitation and the development of SMMEs. I'm quite passionate about SMMEs, cooperatives, and development of women, and the space which WNR SETA, the scope which you are operating in, it gives you a perfect platform to excel in terms of the capacitation of SMMEs. Of all the SETAs that I have worked for, truly and honestly, you are the only SETA that can actually showcase, that can brag about their beneficiaries. And I think also the beneficiaries that have taken part in the SETA programs can allude to that WNR SETA is doing a wonderful job in terms of capacitating the SMMEs, cooperatives, and also empowering the youth. So I really want to take my head off to WNR SETA.
Thank you very much. My name is Tebogo Machete. I'm representing the company called BB Cash and Carry from the deep rural former homeland called Kwakwa. My take here goes to Special Ntate Mbata. I look into you and look into us. We've got the very same dream, but our problem is, especially when it comes to financing, deep rural in Kwakwa, we have gone into partnership, of course, with WR SETA, where we take in our learners who graduated from the learnership and give them containers. We all know that we've got big problems in terms of FMCG subsector in the wholesale and retail, whereby that part of retail has been taken over by foreign nationals. In Kwakwa, we have now 7 containers, where after learners graduating, we give them tasks to say, go work in that container for almost 2 years. And then the 3rd year, buy BB Cash and Carry out. With mentorship, with guarding all facilities, now all problem comes to because we want to roll out the whole system nationally. Now, Ndatimbata, how did you manage to convince? Because when we go knock into the doors of the financiers, they say, unfortunately, part of it, they believe in foreign ability, that our own cannot, our biggest risk when you invest in them, to an extent that we are unable to roll out this project nationally because of the financial sectors that says the foreigners have taken over, which is the reality. We grew up, our mothers and fathers used to work in spaza shop and they took us to colleges, universities. But today, who of us, the local people, are owning spazas? Because we are the only country, if I know, in the world that import spaza skills. Thank you very much.
Better. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to have a very straight question to you that day, Tebogo, and but I think for me, can I just make a general statement here? And because I'm Black, I can say things that non-Black people cannot say. I think as entrepreneurs, we need to realize that you can never pity your way to success. You can never. Financial institutions have a language that they understand. And it is every entrepreneur's responsibility to speak the language that they understand so they can meet you at the point of your need. I don't know if I'm making sense, okay? So what I'm trying to say is you need to put together a very good business idea, not just an idea, but a bankable idea that obviously talks to all the issues that they are concerned about. And sometimes you want to tell them something they want to hear, but be very smart about it. There's a lot of money out there that goes unspent because they could not find bankable ideas. Your role as an entrepreneur is to come with an idea that any financial institution will find it easier to bank. I don't know if I'm, yeah, sorry.
Good, thank you. To our, I'd like now to invite our previous panel who'll come up, where we've got a vote of thanks for you. So Nico, Rose, Gidibone, and Nancy Nizam, please join us back on stage, where we will be having a few moments to thank you for your contribution. Whilst they come up, please can we give a round of applause to all our partners and the beneficiaries and their incredible stories. Please can I ask Lucas Ramatlodi, one of our WNR SETA board members, as well as Masana Ngobani, the Chief Audit Executive, to please come up to do the vote of thanks ceremony. Round of applause. I'm very good, thank you. We'll also be taking photographs as, please. I'm captivated by your side. Don't criticize. Just if I choose, I'm gonna take my time. If all the candidates can remain on stage so that we can take a group photograph with board member as well as our Chief Audit Executive. Thank you. A big sir. I'm my best. Let it never be said our commitment to the SETA is not strong. Through injuries, torn Achilles, we're here. I stand between you and a well-deserved lunch. Please can we will be cutting the lunch just by 15 minutes to make up some time. So can we please all come back at 2:30? Thank you to all our participants so far. Enjoy lunch and we'll return here at 2:30. Thank you.
The Wholesale and Retail SETA has been facilitating skills development in the wholesale and retail sector since 2000. The SETA is an organization of the Department of Higher Education and Training and is part of 20 other SETAs. These organizations are responsible for, amongst others, to equip small businesses with skills to become competitive in one of South Africa's biggest economic sectors, wholesale and retail. Over 80% of the wholesale and retail sector comprises of small businesses. These are companies employing between 0 and 49 employees. Some of the benefits to SMMEs for participating in skills development include the following: receiving 20% of levies paid to SARS, participate in learnerships, bursaries, and graduate programs, receiving grants of up to 9,000 Rand for training, develop skilled employees to increase profitability to grow your company and the country, receive tax rebates for learnerships. Our programs include learnerships and short programs, graduate programs and internships, bursaries up to PhD level, management development programs, entrepreneurship development for youth-owned businesses. How can your small business benefit from the WNR SETA programs? Companies with an annual salary bill of 500,000 Rand and above must complete a workplace skills plan to indicate their training needs each year by 30 April. The SETA assists companies to submit this document at no cost. The WNR SETA also supports companies with less than 500,000 Rand salary bill and do not pay levies through the following programs. Informal traders and micro enterprises capacitate informal traders on basic business management skills to run profitable and sustainable companies. Youth Enterprise Development Program to mentor and coach young people to run or start their own businesses. Beneficiaries receive grants to invest in their businesses. Small business is big business.
Next up, I would also like to invite from DUT Wholesale and Retail Leadership Chair, Jonas Doba. I'd like to invite Richard Shezi back up on stage again. He was part of the panel discussion earlier on, and he'll be joining the panel again. He is the People's Director for Logistics, Property and Foundation Divisions at Mr. Price Group. Welcome back, Richard. And next up, I would like to invite the principal, the college principal of Sikukune TVET College, Tebogo Gegana. I can't hear, sorry. Oh, okay, he's getting mic'd up. Okay, it's fine. You can join us as soon as you're ready, Principal. I'd like to call the Group HR Executive for PEPCO Group, Estelle Mokel. Welcome, Estelle. And lastly, I would like to invite a researcher for the Southern African Clothing and Textile Workers Union, Simon Apple. Okay, thank you. Principal is on stage. I will hand over to Professor Dwalo to lead the discussion. Okay, is everybody mic? I can actually keep this one. And when we're done, we will then move to the questions and answer session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I hear it's a graveyard session. I hope at least you took a dose of coffee or Coca-Cola. It usually works for me, but the withdrawal effects are horrible, trust me. I have a panel of experts right in front of you. They are going to actually lead. I'm just going to facilitate the session. I'm a teacher. I am going to facilitate the session. From morning, we've received extensive inspiration from all the speakers. I've been inspired particularly by the testimonies, some that really struck a chord because I come from a background where I even have my mother who is a small scale farmer, for instance. So I was pretty much fascinated. And the consensus that I could gather from all the speakers in the morning was that skills development is a non-negotiable in this sector. The wholesale and retail sector is the largest contributor to the GDP of the country, and skills development is a non-negotiable. The shift that we have to take at this particular moment is to now say, which skills are we talking about? Which skills will make us agile? That word was used a lot in the morning. Interestingly, I'm also going to talk about agility. What skills are needed for us to remain competitive? What skills are needed so that Umam Rose can actually start operating on the same level playing field as any other small business operator who is 20 in as much as she is 56. So we are going to start talking about emerging trends and the disruptors. This panel is going to introduce us to some of the projects that they're doing, some of the initiatives, and even some of the opportunities that they've identified. So that as partners of the wholesale and retail SETA, we can inform the SETA to say, these are some of the things you can look at. These are some of the projects you can try to tap into that can help us to navigate this disruptive space and still be able to contribute in this turbulent atmosphere or environment that we operate in. So I'm just going to be very, very quick. In the morning, there was so much teaching. If the tech guys can assist me with the slides. There was a lot of learning, especially on tech. I'm not sure. All right. There was a lot of learning, especially in terms of the national NSDP. I think I was sitting next to the CEO and I was writing notes there. I could see he really wants me to master these outcomes and to be able to know exactly what the government is doing and what is the agenda. But I just want us to reflect on this particular aspect. These plans, when they are developed, they are not developed in a vacuum. They operate based on certain global phenomena, certain global spaces. So when you look at the slide that I have, I've tried to think and reflect on this to say, what are the underpinnings of the agenda that has been set by the wholesale and retail SETA? Clearly, they didn't just sit down and come up with that, the NSDP, thank you so much. There's certain thinking that happened first at the micro level, where there was localized strategic planning that was informed by our context, by our environment at a localized level. That brought about maybe short-term and medium-term plans. That then brought about the bigger picture, which is the 10-year NSDP. But you must check also the confines of the NSDP. They are inspired and informed by Africa Agenda 2063, but most importantly by the United Nations developmental goals. I don't know if some of our partners here have taken time to actually align their projects, to align their initiatives with the UN SDGs. There's 17 of them, but I would speak particularly to these 4 that particularly tie in very neatly with the agenda of the wholesale and retail SETA. For instance, SDG number 4 talks to inclusive and equitable quality education and promotion of lifelong learning. As I speak to the panel today, they're going to talk about how all their initiatives build us up to a culture or a sector that prioritizes lifelong learning, a culture or a sector that says we are a learning organization, we are a learning institution, and that draws inspiration from SDG number 4. We also are inspired by SDG number 8, which talks about promoting sustainable economic growth and also promoting productive employment and decent work. I like that they don't say formal employment or informal employment, they just say productive employment in whatever way or in however way that is defined. UN SDG number 10 talks about inclusivity and reducing inequality within and among countries. The pleasant work being done by Boxer is addressing SDG number 10. I'm not sure if they are aware of that. It's a huge component of actually reducing inequalities, especially with reference to the rural sector. SDG number 16 talks about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. We usually talk about sustainability in a very loose way, but when we talk about sustainability, we want our societies, our townships, once the wholesale and retail sector has entered that space and they leave, for them to understand if there's been impact, those communities should be able to serve and progress on their own without the wholesale and retail SETA. So for us to talk about impact, it should be about sustainability. You go into a community, you initiate projects, you initiate certain community engagement programs. After that, you pull out and that community remains thriving, it remains sustainable in the long term. And that is addressing SDG number 16. But added to that is the issue of access to justice and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. I like the UN is so open-minded, it's so forward-thinking, because they are saying at all levels, whether it's small and micro businesses or it's large private sector entities or it's public institutions, it's all must build up to all the principles of promoting and building justice, access to justice. And that's where the issues of transformation come in. We cannot ignore all those aspects. And I was very pleased to see also that access is also being nurtured and building up to accommodating Black people, to accommodating females particularly, because so these are the underpinnings. So when we think about the development plans by the SETA that come to us, we must also be broad in our foresight. We must also say we are acting local, but we are thinking global, because the United Nations also sets this agenda for us that we must work towards. So their theme in line with Africa Agenda 2063 is about building well-educated citizens and a skills revolution that is underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So we're trying to see what we can do as a sector to promote science, technology, and innovation. Right, so what is the response of the SETA? I think I will not spend much time on this slide because different entities, different contributors have spoken to this to say, what are they doing? We heard from the supply side. These are our education institutions, our TVETs, and our universities. They talk about what they are trying to do to contribute towards building these global skills. For instance, identifying focus areas with a global impact. That's for research. And when they contribute to scholarship, they are building on the knowledge base, and this informs government. It informs what then the SETA then puts forward and invests money into. Informing curricula in higher education institutions. What should be taught? Which programs are effective? Which programs have got currency today and will remain relevant in the future? Incentivizing scholarship. Scholarship also to do with research. I have one panelist here who is going to talk about the kind of research that they are doing in the universities. Incentivizing education and training participating needs of our youths. I was very pleased to listen to Mr. Shezi talking about the Mr. Price project. Very, very thoughtful and quite deliberate acts to try and encourage participation of our youths. On the demand side, that's from the employer side, there's several projects as well that focus on lifelong learning itself, graduate placements, internships, and so on, as well as other formal and informal initiatives. Why are we mentioning this? This is the initial stance that the wholesale retail and retail SETA has taken to say, what can we do to capacitate and get our people involved and get our people participating in these spaces so that they contribute on a global platform. All right. Early in the morning, I was quite impressed. I think one of the speakers talked about VUCA and how they would want VUCA to be flipped. That is exactly why we are here. Using disruptive technology is the only way that can help us to flip. Not only using it, but equipping our young people, equipping our students in the universities and in the TVET, equipping our mothers, equipping our small and medium enterprise owners with skills. So when we flip the VUCA, as somebody alluded to in the morning, there's certain strategic principles that I just want to allude to, that business must be mindful of, the sector must be mindful of if we are to adopt this technology. The first one is about speed. We cannot be slow in terms of adoption of technology. But the first thing we need to talk about is how does our action, how do our initiatives help to transform our human capital? In other words, what kind of investments are we making with our people so that they are upskilled and they are able to run with the speed of the cheetah that you can see on your screens there? Investments into emerging technologies. I'm not sure how far the wholesale and retail SETA has gone. I've been trying to get funding for my department, for my students, because when I travel, for instance, you go and you walk into Walmart, then when you come back into the classroom, you're trying to explain to a student what a mega store looks like, what a superstore looks like. You can't get them to understand. But if I could get funding, for instance, for Googles, so that I offer maybe 360 technology, Eon technology, for the students to take a virtual tour and travel to Walmart whilst they are sitting in my classroom and have an experience of Walmart or Telco or any other store in London or in the US which they have not visited. That can make a difference for my retailing students who are sitting in the classroom. It can help for them to run that fast and understand development is like this in Singapore or in the US, and they can be able in a certain way to understand and appreciate the value. So what are we doing to invest, both the private sector, the SETA, and any other institutions, to invest in these emerging technologies? We talk about augmented reality. We talk about virtual reality. All these technologies, we're supposed to be embracing them and equipping our youth so that they understand their usefulness. Accelerated adoption and acceptance rates. We can no longer remain as slow and as sluggish in terms of adoption of technology and want to compete in the global platform. There needs to be an acceleration of our adoption rates as organizations and as entities. The second principle is about conservatism. Why I'm mentioning this is when I talk about investment, I am also reminded of the fact that we are investing resources. And unfortunately, our resources are limited. It could be human resources, it could be financial resources. So there's also a need for us to take time to think about ways of being conservative in the way that we are using resources. And the first principle is to say, how can we do much with the little that we have? How can we be able to use technology to allow us to go far, to allow us to serve more people with limited capacity or limited resources. Sustainable business practices as well, using disruptive technology. Identity. When you start using this technology, your name or your identity or your heritage as a business or your brand, it should not be affected negatively. So these are some of the two principles that I will ask the panel members to allude to as they respond in the panel discussion. The next two principles that I'm also going to touch on, they relate to agility, which was spoken of a lot. Agility is about adaptability. How adaptable are our business models? And in this case, I'm talking about e-business models, because we can no longer remain or lag behind in terms of e-business. When you are running your small scale farming business, I need to know that you are able to get a mobile app, and you can be able to check how the weather is going to be. And you can be able to get information on that app about the next crisis that can affect poultry, the next crisis that could possibly affect your plants or your crops. And that should be on the tap. So how agile are you in applying electronic business models in everything that you're doing? I talked about the issue of thinking local, but acting global. The reason why we are encouraging the adoption of these emerging technologies is because we want to be able to participate on a global space. And we also want to see, all right, most of our businesses, most of our entities have been having these traditional brick and mortar models, but what are they doing now? Now that there's this call for disruption, and you know, disruption brings problems. Disruption means some jobs could end up shutting down. Disruption means you might need to close a business because you can't afford the rent. So what do you do when you have invested a lot of money in a particular business? There could be a need for you to start repurposing. Once you adopt omni-channel retailing and you start making use of what are called dark stores for your warehousing and for your inventory management, you start working with Amazon and Take a Lot, you might need to now think about repurposing your warehouses, repurposing your storage facilities. So we are going to talk about all that. How can we repurpose the investments that we have already made so that we still remain profitable in a way that we do not lose out of the business? And finally, the last principle is about resilience. Resilience, it matures or it comes to the fore in times of crisis. So what strategies do we put in place that help us to drive the bottom line when the top line is under pressure? Under what circumstances is the top line under pressure? When there is a crisis, COVID-19, we were under pressure. The top line was severely under pressure. Some businesses went under. Some businesses, we don't even see them anymore. They've become extinct because they did not have the necessary resilience. Someone was asking me the other day, when last did you see a Kodak camera? I don't know, we have people with cameras here, I'm not sure. But it also explains the issue of resilience. What are you doing? What strategies are you putting in place that will make you become resilient over the next 15 or 20 years and you don't become extinct? So business continuity is very important. What can we do so that our human capital doesn't become extinct in the next 10 years? The skills mix or the skill set that they have is still relevant for the next 10 years. Experimenting with new opportunities. This is for business. What are you doing? Somebody talked about you being able to go to a venture capitalist and selling a concept that is untested. Is business willing to provide us those opportunities where they can buy into our untested ideas so that they can allow us to experiment and provide new opportunities? So these are the aspirations that we have and that can make us thrive in the era of disruption. Disruption on its own is not bad, it is not evil, but disruption on its own requires that we function from a principled perspective. And these are the 4 principles that I would like to bring forward to say, once we apply these 4 principles, we can remain relevant in the long term as businesses and also as a sector. So I'm just going to now summarize the objectives of the panel before I start communicating with them. There's just 3 simple objectives. The first one, I'm going to request that they provide us with an overview of the current touch points that inform skills development in the sector. They are just going to talk about what they are doing, or they are also going to talk about what they plan to do in the future in order to tap into this disruptive space. Also, I'm going to request them to talk about the catalysts which they think are critical for generative skills development in order for us to be relevant for the 4th industrial revolution, but also beyond into the 5th industrial revolution. What could be the critical catalysts that we can take home with and say, with these 3, 4, 5 catalysts, as a sector, we can grow and we can develop that generative agility that can help us to be responsive on a global platform. And finally, what strategies can we implement so that they can help us to improve on the currency of the skills that are currently existing in the wholesale and retail sector? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is my humble submission. We have the panel members constituting members of higher education institutions. We have people from labor. We're going to also talk into that to see what they are doing, also the role they are playing with their members. We are also having the private sector that is also going to talk into this. We also have people from HR who are also going to tell us about the skills that they prioritize when they are participating in the hiring process. If you may allow, I will proceed with the panel. All right. Thank you very much. I think I would rather sit. I do not want to have my back at everybody else. All right. How are you, everybody? I hope you're well. All right. All right. I'm just going to ask that you indicate your name initially when I ask you to speak, and feel free to be as reflective as possible. This is not an exam. I know I said I'm a teacher, but don't worry, this is not an exam. So I'm just going to start with you, Estelle. Unfortunately, I'm going to start with you because you're sitting right next to me. All right. Estelle, I feel it's very important for us as a sector to set a clear premium on the meta skills that are going to be relevant from today going forward. Why I'm saying meta skills, we are tired of seeing job descriptions that just say, you must have a 3-year diploma in this, you must have 3 years of experience, and then that is it. As an HR executive, from your experience in recruitment, I would like for you to take us through to say, what would you find to be the relevant technicist skills, as well as the soft skills, as well as the 4IR and 5IR related skills that you need the HEIs to deliver, because they are coming from the supply side and you are coming from the demand side. I know you have a lot of complaints about what we deliver, but feel free to tell us that skill set, the meta skills that you would think should be prioritized.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for giving me that challenging, multi-layered question. So I think I can have the mic for an hour, but I'm going to start with, I think, one of the most important things. Now, I've been in retail in my career for about 20 years that I was in retail, prior to that in HR in other industries. And I want to start on that level because I think for a lot of us sitting here, one of our biggest challenges is actually finding people who run big corporate companies. You're seeing, and I spent time recruiting. I don't want to give away my age, but I'm in that bracket where we are now getting closer to retirement. But 40, 30-year-olds, there aren't that many retail skills sitting there. And it doesn't mean to be a CEO that you have to have industry experience. But believe me, we always talk about strategy, but tactical impact is vitally important. We've got to look at succession planning. Our organization spends a lot of time looking at that 30, 40-year-olds coming through and saying, what do they need to run organizations? Because I do think on the one level of skills, and we talk about the meta skills, there's a big gap in the country. Then many of you will know this who work in retail. A few years back, specific skills like a planning skill, what kind of stock you need to send to a store, that was in demand, still in demand, but we did manage, and that says a lot for all retailers sitting here, we did manage to develop that talent, okay? Buying skills, we did manage to develop that talent. What is added to that package? For all of us in retail, we only exist for one reason. We exist because there's a customer. And a customer has a need that must be fulfilled. And the best way you understand a customer's need, the old days it was relationships. Huh? It's what they said. Now it's data. And understanding data, so the mathematical skill, the engineering skill, the proper systems to use, understanding how those systems are set up to deliver the value you want. That is the biggest thing for now and for the foreseeable future. If we don't have reliable data, we don't get our stock in time, okay? We build up stock, it's expensive, but more importantly, we don't serve our customer effectively. We don't give our customer what they want. And it applies to all our stakeholders. I'm in the world of the stakeholder of employee. If we don't understand our employees, we can't give them what they want. So data with key mathematical ability and systems to support that is important. And then I want to give the wholesale and retail SETA some credit because it's a partner and I know I'm coming to knock on their door again. They've partnered with Pepco for a program. It's called the Graduate Incubator Program. First time we've tried it. 20 students, mathematical or data skill. In their second year of study, they're joining us. So why is that important? Young people, I was making the comment, if I look at my own children, there isn't a lot of work, so they don't get the afternoon to go work in a store anymore like I may have had as a young person. So what we do is we bring people in the holidays in their second year. They come work, they get exposure. We get exposure to them. And what they see is not just traditional retail. They don't just see store retail. They also see analytics. They also see planning. They also see buying. I hope that that pilot is going to give us good success and good learnings, because I think that's a great model to deal with data analytics and get young people ready from a soft skill perspective. I hope I answered the question. I know I've said a lot.
I'm going to come back to you because you mentioned the importance of the tactical level, so and succession planning. Very, very critical. But hold on a minute, I'm going to Eunice. Eunice, what are we doing in the higher education institutions? The collaborations we're having with the SETAs, are they tapping into these meta skills? She's mentioning data analytics. In our universities and TVET colleges, do we have centers that equip students, young people, data analytics skills? That is critical. You can't just graduate with a diploma. I have somebody that I needed to get students and hire them. And he said to me, you need to create a tech stack of skills for your students. The diploma is no longer enough. And I said, what do you mean by tech stack? He said, Prof, I need your students to be able to design a website. You can't just be in marketing and retail, you don't know design. You can't just be in marketing and retail and you don't know machine learning. So Eunice, I want you to talk about your collaboration with the wholesale and retail SETA, your role in the leadership chair. What are you doing? The projects and conversations that you're having with our postgraduate students, master's students, doctoral students, are you tapping into this to build a pipeline that will bridge the knowledge gap that is required by Estelle here?
Thank you, Prof. As a retail leadership chair, we are having conversations with industry and HEIs. The challenge with HEIs, and I'm quite clear on this, there's a huge gap in terms of what is being taught and what is out there in the real world. And there's a huge challenge. And the challenge there is the whole issue on recurricularization taking ages to take place. And what we have done in the recent past, as a retail chair, and I'm glad colleague spoke about planning. Planning has now become a skill that's required. There's no institution that's teaching planning. And I set up a forum, both with Mr. Price's planning department and the colleague from Woolworths, with academic colleagues. And we didn't realize that no one is offering planning, but the organizations and the companies have their own programs on this. And there's a huge gap there, Prof. We need to now start look at, before the WRC should run NQF5 buying planning. But what the industry has done, they've detached those. And in terms of engagement, I believe that the three drivers for the future skills are: one, disruptive technology; two, the green, transitioning to the green economy, and then structured supply chains and value chains. Our engagement there was, I would say is with Mr. Price. Considering that Richard is sitting next to me, and I know there's a big gap and divide. So I made an appointment with Richard. I'm the actual story. I made an appointment with Richard. I want to come and see you. So we set up a meeting at Mr. Price. Richard is at the table, this young chap, and talking to Nkulu and drilling me. He asked me a question. I said, I want to come to your DC. I want to bring academics to your DC. So why you want to come here? That I says, you all have the technology, you all have the know-how. People at the institutions lack that. He bought into that. The second thing he tells me, that we are in Hammersdale. There's a TVET college, the Langeni at Hammersdale. There's not one student in our college at Mr. Price. And next to Mr. Price is PEP and Ackerman's DC. And there's a college right there. You put two challenges to me. So I then rush off to Langeni, and now Richard can report that they've actually got students from there. But critically, what Mr. Price has done, as an institution, we want to take our students to the workplace to see where the technology is. Where Mr. Price are now looking for industrial engineers. Then they realize 300 students cannot be accommodated. So I worked a step phase. We've taken various retail chairs and all universities at KZN to Mr. Price, and then to look at it, and then hopefully the executive deans and the various HODs then translate this to the academics. Mr. Price had meetings with me, with the entire management team, Tumplum and Lenny and his learning and development executive, to say that we are now committing to involvement with DUT. Phase 2, we took the retail and marketing lecturers, because they are now going to deliver the program. So phase 3, Mr. Price is now coming to DUT to say, we are now going to look at your curriculum. We're going to say what we need, so that you produce what you need, what we need, and then we'll absorb them. So we're now at that phase. So it's all about partnerships. Yes. Right? And the other issue here is, if you look at the World Economic Forum, have identified 3 key aspects in the 2023 report. Number 1 is analytical skills. Number 2 is creative skills. Number 3 is technological skills. Now, in the partnership between industry, HEIs, and TVET, there's a critical aspect that's missing, and that is DBE, Department of Basic Education. There's no one in this platform, no one in this room. Where does analytical skills start? Where does creative skills start? It starts at the conversation at basic education. And we need that conversation to set the platform on us then advancing the skill as they go up in the, which I call the value chain of employability. Basic education, HEIs are part of the value chain of preparing employable graduates and entrepreneurial graduates who create job opportunities. So we need to make the circle bigger and say, let's start at the foundational level of ensuring that analytical skills, the mathematical skills, data skills start at DBE. So we need to have the conversation. Mr. CEO, both of us come from DBE at some stage, but we are now leaving them out of the loop. That it's there at the level that DBE is about getting a metric certificate as an entry, but is it skills-based? Are we giving the required skills in terms of how do I analyze? When you come to data analytics, it's all about analysis. You got the data, it's all about analysis. So the World Economic Forum is looking at 3 skills. They're not talking about, we're going beyond blockchain, Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, in terms of how do we prepare our agile young minds before they even come into TVET colleges and HEIs. And it's all about partnerships. And we've got a good partnership going with Mr. Price, and we hope we can make that circle bigger because there's only one organization. Other organization, like for example, I spoke to Albie from Woolworths earlier, I spoke to Nancy from TFG, and hopefully we can get the conversation wider. Industry has to be at home at the higher institution. Lecturers have to be at home at industry. Then we can prepare appropriate skills for the future. Thank you, Prof. Prof, can I add?
Two vital points. I know Mr. Shezi must add because his name was mentioned there in a positive light. He needs to protect himself. Just 2 points before I lose my train of thought, which I'm going to ask Mr. Skakana to just tap into. The first one, you highlighted the importance of us looking at the entire journey, the student journey, not just tapping into the post-school system, starting from primary school all the way up and making a difference from that level, because that's where in most cases the foundation starts. That's very important, the student journey. Number two, you have highlighted the importance of a multidisciplinary approach. That's why I would want Mr. Skakana to talk about what they are doing at Sekhukhune, Mr. Kekana to talk about what they're doing at Sekhukhune TVET. But before I allow him to speak, Mr. Shezi, it's your time to shine.
Yeah, maybe, Prof, not necessarily, but just to add, because our collaboration with UNAS is very good at this point. It's something that we need to try for going forward. I think it's going to work well. So what I want to point out here is that as a business, one of the things that we have been focusing on is graduate programs. But then at some point you realize that in as much as we're being a graduate into the business, but they don't have the skills that we